event designed to make you equal, because you are number one. FIFA had the Jules Rimet Trophy, ice hockey, the Stanley Cup, the Indianapolis 500, the Borg Warner Trophy. Rotax has this, the Victory Monument. On it are inscribed the names of every single Rotax Grand Finals champion in the history of this event. It's the most equal, the most unique event in the sport of karting. It will take another 25 years for each plaque to be filled out. But today, 8 drivers will etch their names into history. Hello and welcome to Bahrain. Welcome to the biggest party in world karting. Welcome to the 2025 Rotax Grand Finals. 394 champions from 59 nations qualified for this event. Today, 250 remain. Kyle Lawrence, as a multiple competitor in this event, what makes it so special as a driver?
Well, there can only be one winner. Over a culmination of 12 months or a full season of racing, or even just an international trophy, work with coaches, work with driver trainers, the effort and support put in with the families behind just the driver to get to this, just to even get to this event and have the opportunity to compete, to put your name on a trophy like this, is why this event is so special. I've experienced it from the highs and the lows twice in my life, and it is still those events and those memories still stay embedded in my mind. I've had the opportunity to have a hero run from the back of the grid here in 2023 up into a top 10 finish against some amazing competitors and drivers. But I've also had the exact opposite, leading an entire weekend through heat races, through qualifications, just to have it fall apart for me in a pre-final and a final. And I think after 18 years of me having lost that opportunity to put my name on this trophy, it still burns within me. It's still a fire in my soul to get back to this event and hopefully put my name on a trophy that has amazing individuals all the way down it and soon to be all the way up it as well. And I think that's why drivers such as Rubens Barrichello, an ex-F1 driver, teammate to the likes of Michael Schumacher, still come back to an event like this. And for him, let's allow him to explain in his words why he thinks this is such a special event.
Rubens Barrichello, welcome back to the Grand Finals, and of course winning your ticket to qualify there in Orlando at the Winter Trophy.
Yeah, it was a great way to conquer the ticket, and I'm so proud to be here once again. This place called my attention like 2 years ago with all the racing, and it's great to be back.
Of course, you and your sons both keep turning up racing karts. Why is that?
We love doing it, and this time it was only me that qualified, so Eduardo didn't get the chance to be here, although he was quite close. And we just love. After here, we have more racing. We still have the 500 miles back in Brazil where the whole family is going to race together. So it's a racy family.
Yeah, racing family. I know they're probably watching, but we'll be watching that race when you're all together for sure. And I have to ask you, what's it like to have a go-kart with your own name on and you're racing that here at the Grand Finals?
Oh, this is a great story because it's I've always been doing karting, and then when I spoke to Ronnie at Biro Art, for me it's a joint venture. I mean, I'm so proud to be part of the Biro Art family, and then you have a Barrichello kart by Biro Art. So it's the same as the Biro Art, same competitiveness and everything. And to see, you know, with all the group that I'm racing, to see my name on the go-kart, it makes me really proud.
Of course, unless you're in front, you're going to see a lot of those karts around you, also on the grid. You've got really the field with the depth of experience. It's incredible. You know, so when you add up all that experience and you're going to see how your kart performs, you're probably going to get some tips on setup from other people. Tell me a little bit about your family foundation. Now, a few people have asked me about how do they find out about this, but supporting children, of course, in Brazil.
Well, not just that. I mean, we're going from hungriness zero, so we are trying to feed, but you need to go to the bottom of the problem. And we have been to the whole story of the world where the Indians came, you know, to discover Brazil, and how with no money they had so much food. And that's how, you know, learning every day with that, and how we're gonna help in the future. So basically, it's on the terrain, on the earth, that you need to produce all the products and all the basically fruits and everything that comes out of earth, and we're gonna keep on helping.
No, it's really great, and I wanted to mention that because anyone can check out, of course, your social media and learn more about it. Yeah. But you know what I was thinking? A funny thing. You're here. I think we should put a call out to some of the guys who are former Formula One drivers whose children also race karts, like Kimi and all different guys out there, you know, Kartika and Chandok, Mika, Hakkinen, and say, why don't they try and qualify? Do we want them to turn up at the Winter Trophy in Florida or not?
I would love to see them racing again, but I think some of them have nothing else to do with the racing. I still love it too much.
It's because it's your passion. It's our passion. We want to say thank you so much. We're going to let you go because you're on the grid practicing. Yeah. I know you're racing as well next weekend when you leave here. Racing every week. Thank you so much, Rubens Barrichello. It's an absolute pleasure, and we're going to see what happens. And we love the go-kart. Of course, I know that there's a donation happening next year just for everyone at home in Wings for Life in Austria. Watch for this go-kart at that auction. But this is the guy you need to be watching. Kart number?
527.
527. Thank you so much, Rubens. Thank you.
Today is a landmark day, not just for the Rotax Grand Finals, but for the sport as a whole. Because today, in addition to our YouTube broadcast on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel, we are joined for the first time by 47 terrestrial and internet television channels covering 92 different countries across the globe. Today is the day we move the needle. Today is the day that Rotax takes karting from a niche sport into the mainstream.
Rotax Karting has always pushed the ethos of parity and equality. The show is all about the drivers and what they can do with their capabilities to put themselves in the front and take that win over 35 other drivers. As I said before, there can only be one champion of the Rotax Grand Finals to beat out 35 other individuals on the circuit. Rotax putting a lot of work into ensuring that all these karts are within each other in terms of pace, the equality and the fact that these motors are kept sealed and away from any sort of prying fingers. That is also achieved by ensuring that all the drivers in each class are aboard the exact same chassis provided by our chassis partners here at the Rotax Grand Finals. Not only does that create the parity and the equality we want to see out on circuit, but it allows us the ability to show off the amount of karts and competitors here at the circuit. And this is done with the world famous kart lineup. Right now though, let's show you how that kart lineup is put together every single year.
So, matey, we're walking out here for the umpteenth time, many years of pushing go-karts onto the track. I think we started this, I don't know, 20 years ago?
Yeah, probably something like this, yeah.
Someone put a couple of karts out there and said, that looks really cool. And then we thought, okay, put a couple more out and just built and built and built. It takes a good year of setting up what we have now from the people behind the scenes back at Rotax, and also the Shadi partners working together as one for this event.
Nice thing over here is we work all together.
Yeah, everyone helping one another and pushing each other. You will not believe what they have to do to line the karts up, and now they're using lasers to get everything perfect in place. So it's a huge effort, a monumental effort.
Something we will be proud of.
I mean, it's in the heart, isn't it? Yeah. Absolute pleasure always.
Pleasure for us because you are here.
I mean, from your perspective, this is still impressive, isn't it, every time you see it?
Funny thing for me is, you know, that how many people are commenting, this must be fake.
Yeah.
That's for me the best, you know.
Yeah.
The people who are here, they see that it's real.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Those pictures are going around the globe. I think
immediately.
Everyone is excited, you know.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep them off the
track.
Off the track.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's one of the most iconic pictures you're going to get.
Yeah.
To see one of these go-karts that is on the grid at a 400, and then you get the raffle and you pull it out, that's your number of the kart. You walk down and select your go-kart. It's just such a spectacular situation. For the people coming here for the first time and seeing this is just out of this world.
The Bahrain International Circuit, host of the Formula One Grand Prix, might cast a shadow over the Bahrain International Kart Circuit, but today it sits silent. Its iconic towers are just merely viewers like you all. The action takes place here. The eyes of the world are on the Rotax champions. The first grid is settling down. We've shown you some of the iconic images of the paddock, the domes, the Can-Am vehicles, the corporate hospitality. Now, let's show you the challenge that faces each and every one of our drivers today. This is a guide to the Bahrain International Kart Circuit. So this is Bahrain International Karting Circuit. It's known as one of the best in the world. The drivers love it. Why? Let's find out. Giving you a guided tour of this 16-corner track. Across the start-finish line, turn 1 is fast, flat, and very, very spectacular. But that's about the only flat part of this circuit as we head into the first of 3 timing sectors. Sector number 1 is an absolute roller coaster of a ride. You've got to maintain rhythm. You've got to maintain the apexes, because if you don't, then you're offline for the first big overtaking opportunity up at turn number 5. Out of turn number 5 into the middle sector. Short, sharp, spectacular, and with turn number 8, the key overtaking point of the entire circuit. You can't run out too wide for track limits, and if you're too slow out of it, then you're slow on the run up to the top end of the circuit, sector number 3. The incredible corkscrew corner at the top end of the track. A good exit out of there means you're in prime position for the final set of 90-degree corners that may decide who wins this year's Rotax Grand Finals. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is why the drivers love this circuit, and that is why the Rotax Grand Finals has come back to Bahrain for a 3rd time. The grandstands begin to fill up. The weather is set fair. A light breeze is giving the spectators and mechanics a little bit of light relief. The temperatures are in excess of 30 degrees. The track gripped up tremendously over the course of the week. Sand is the problem. Sand on the track creates overtaking problems. It minimizes the chance to make the passes. However, the Rotax drivers have managed to circumnavigate those problems, and over the last 3 days they have provided some absolutely superb races. I will be joined during the course of the day by a host of international commentators from around the world. There are 7 races, 8 classes. The first of them are up next.
Well, welcome down to the grid, and of course the E20, our e-kart from Rotax, starting off the proceedings this afternoon. And while we're in Bahrain, I just want to make a note of one thing. Bahrain has had only one driver on the podium just over 20 years ago, Sean Murphy, Max Masters. Can Bahrain have a native Bahraini for the first time on the grid, on the podium? We're on the front row, Vedant, Menon. How you feeling?
Pretty good. Yeah, pace felt pretty good yesterday. I hope I can carry on the pace, and hopefully you can get a podium today. It'll be tough, but...
It will be tough. It will be tough. And of course, what does that mean to you? Possibility of making history at home on your own track?
I don't want to think about it. I just want to do what I do best. I want to just drive and focus for the race now. That's pretty much it.
Of course, I've seen your mum working as your mechanic as well. How did that first come about, that your mum's actually your mechanic?
I don't know, like, I guess some night, I guess, like in a couple of years back, I wasn't really fast, to be honest, and we felt like the car wasn't that fast, so my mom felt bad for me, so she told me, okay, I'll be a mechanic from now on, and that's how it started. It just became like a quick domino effect after that.
And what about sharing this moment, I guess, with your family and all your friends here in Bahrain? It must be quite special.
Yeah, obviously it's special, but once again, I don't want to think about it. I want to be focused and ready for the race, to be honest. That's my main idea.
Do you think you can match it with Yannick Jacobs?
He's been fast all weekend. He's been a class driver since our weekend. It'll be tough, but I'll try my hardest. We won't give it to him easy.
Okay, good luck. We'll see you hopefully on the podium. A quick rundown here to our lady on the grid. P7, Anna Benedict. Anna, just a quick one. Less than 12 girls here on the grid this weekend. You're one of them. Yeah. 3 Hungarians in the top 7. We can see the pole sitters and the podium place getters up there. Yeah. Possibility of you being on the podium, do you think? What do you think?
Yes. I want to be on the podium, everything or nothing, and I want to win.
Of course you want to win. We're going to let you jump in the kart. Defending champions for the E20 class, Hungary last year. So we're going to hear who's on the grid. Good luck, Anna.
Thank you very much, Jen Wade. There are 19 E20 senior drivers predominantly aged under 31. E20 Masters has 17 competitors. To be a master, you must be over the age of 31. E20 Senior joined the Grand Finals in 2021. Oscar Pellemel from France beat Hannes Morin and David Aulesner on that day. Since 2021, we've had wins for Jesper Sjöberg of Sweden, Mats Overhoff of Germany, and last year Armand Hamilton from Hungary. Here's your starting lineup. Pole position, Yannick Jacobs from Germany and Bahrain's Vedant Menon. Akos Madaras and Levente Simon, an all-Hungarian row 2. Nicolas Casarino from Germany, and then Bahrain's Mohamed Al Hassan. Anna Bedenek and Maximo Castro are next. Raul Vargas from Spain and Yusuf Alali. Lola Gervais is the second of our female competitors, followed by Jakob Jokko and Nicole Ferrara from Portugal. Baptiste van der Becke from Belgium and Alejandro Gonzalez from Spain. On row 8, the Electric Renegade, Ellis Piezza, starts on the inside of row number 9 alongside Silicon Siri. The Masters drivers, Julian Falivenier from Argentina starts in front of the defending champion Maurice Knoppers in his 11th Grand Finals for Team UAE. Jorge Matos and Gaston de Bella, Ecuador and Argentina, row 2 of Masters. Emiliano Parisi, a podium finisher last year, and Brazil's Adriano Amaral. Michel Abuesa, Roman Yeager, Javier Fernandez and Antonio Texiera. Juan Cristobal Gumucci and Manuel Martins are on row 15. Yi Hsien Chu, and the oldest competitor here, 70-year-old Hector Ramirez, starts 32nd. Marin Besek and Milan Sosensky complete our starting lineup. I am joined in the commentary box by Fox Sports. Oh no, Maximo Castro, Uruguay, who finished 3rd in this event last year before a penalty, will not take the start. Natalia Grigorach, I will get this right, Natalia.
Hello, hi everyone. It's a pleasure for me to stay here in the official broadcast Rotax. Bueno, por supuesto le hablo a toda la gente de Latinoamérica, que vamos a tener varios pilotos, vamos a tener 4 argentinos y bueno, por supuesto, lastimosamente por una penalización vamos a perder la presencia del uruguayo Máximo Castro. Pero para contarles al que está del otro lado, ¿no?, cómo se disputan las divisionales, la E20 Senior y la E20 Master corren por igual porque son menos de 36 pilotos. Por eso podemos ver acá en pantalla que vamos a tener las 2 divisionales juntas. Así que vamos a seguir la transmisión acá.
Yes, Natalia Garayagorta. It will be a very familiar voice to our viewers from South America. Fox Sports coverage of Rotax karting in Argentina and across South America is very popular. I'm extremely pleased to have you up here in the commentary box with you, Natalia. Argentina, your home country. Julian Falivenier, can he take Argentina's first Grand Finals victory since Facundo Chapur back in 2008?
Yes, right. And Julián Falivene is so much possible because he's a good driver and you can see you in the TV. Ojalá que sí, le digo a todos los que están del otro lado, ojalá que Juli pueda integrar el podio, mismo también tanto Gastón Di Vela como Emi París y Javi Fernández, que son parte del staff de Argentina.
We will be riding on board with driver 6. We'll be riding on board with driver, it will be the Bahrain driver, Mohammed Al Hassan, in Kart 605. He starts on the outside of row 3. Yannick Jacobs from Germany. He has finished no higher than 37th in 3 previous events in qualifications. Today, he starts from pole. The E20 seniors are underway. The Masters will go later, and already from the outside of front row, Verdant Menon drops to 3rd. Yannick Jacobs has the lead, and that looks like Akos Madaras up into P2. Away we go in Masters. Knoppers passes Falivenye for the race lead. Jorge Matos, I don't believe, has taken the start. Is Maximo Castro out there? We will find out soon. Jacobs leads from Madaras. Verdant Menon is 3rd for Bahrain. Natalia, we're on board with Mohammed Al Hassan. Very, very close. We'll come back to the Masters in a minute. Oh, Mohammed Hassan a spin on the opening lap, and that is, I believe, Nicholas Casarino, maybe Levente Simon, who has gone round. Lola Gervais has fallen back. Here is the battle for the race lead.
Cuando le contamos al que está del otro lado que cómo se definieron la grilla de partida, por supuesto porque venimos de la prefinal, que fue la que pudo ordenar a lo que vamos a ver de cara a la final. Y los hits fueron lo que hicieron que sumemos puntos para poder llegar a la prefinal. Vamos a ver en pantalla, obviamente, que esto no está dividido entre lo que es la 20 Senior y la 20 Master, así que hasta que no termine la carrera no vamos a poder entender bien en el ordenamiento quiénes son los ganadores, obviamente, de esta Grand Final.
There in the insert is Jakub Jochko retiring for Poland. Up at the front, Jacobs trying to pull away. The battle between Menon and Madaras continues. In Masters, Knoppers still has the advantage, but only by a whisker from Julian Falivenye. Raul Vargas from Spain has dropped back. You could see him in the white crash helmet shaking his head. Kyle Lawrence, what news do you have for us from pit lane?
Cuando vemos, ¿no?, que el piloto argentino...
Yes, Henry, I've just seen Kart 612 come in with a delaminated left front, so not a delaminated, a tyre off the bead on the left front. So obviously a little bit of contact there from Jakub, the Polish driver, has caused that tyre off the rim, and that is his final over.
Looking back there, battles at the front. Argentina against UAE for the lead in Masters, Natalia.
Cuando vemos que Julián Falivenye perdió una posición en el puesto, tanto también Gastón Di Vela y Emi París están complicados en poder encontrar un espacio. Obviamente la final es una de las más difíciles y tenemos una calidad de pilotos impresionantes en lo que es la Grand Final, así que vamos a estar expectantes. Y Alejandro González, que es de parte del seleccionado del staff de España.
Yes, we saw 2 Argentines going side by side, Parisi and Fernandez. Even though they're from the same nation, this is the final, and it doesn't matter what country you're from, every driver is a rival.
Así es, así que, bueno, como podemos ver, no solamente tenemos argentinos y uruguayos, tenemos, bueno, obviamente en la delegación española, como te mencionaba antes, Alejandro González, que también corre en Argentina, y tenemos en la delegación colombiana Jorge Matos, que también viene de un buen fin de semana.
They're getting closer and closer for the race lead. Falivenye chasing reigning champion Maurice Knoppers. He looks over his shoulder down towards turn number 8. Jorge Matos is 3rd for Ecuador. Amaral 4th. De Bella, Parisi, Abuesa, Fernandez. I'm looking. Ecuador.
Y Gastón Di Vela también, que suma una posición en el team argentino.
Yeah, Ecuador have never been on the podium at the Grand Finals. Julian Rivera, the Condor from Ecuador, came close a few years ago. But up at the front, Verdant Menon for Bahrain is closing in on Yannick Jacobs, the race leader. There is Ellis Pietza, the electric renegade. He is up into P9. There is the battle for the lead. Vedant Menon closing in.
Cuando vemos, ¿no?, que en el team argentino Emi Parisi pasa a Gastón Di Vela, quedaría en una tercera posición, así que vamos a estar viendo a ver cómo queda definitoriamente el clasificador de lo que es esta E20 Master.
Akos Madaras runs third. There he is. The country of Hungary have won this event before. Germany's best result in E20. Well, they were champions 2 years ago with Mats Johan Overhoff. On board now, 6th position, Mohamed Al Hassan. He's behind Nicholas Casarino in 5th. 4th, Levente Seaman. Anna Benedek is 7th for Hungary. Silicon City, Ellis Pietza, and then Anthony Kukac round out your top 10. In Masters, it's still Knyoppers by 0.2 of a second from Falivenye, Matos, Amaral, Parisi, De Bella, Fernandez, Abuesa. It's one driver, Dutch-born from the UAE, holding off a horde of South Americans, Natalia.
Cuando vemos, ¿no?, acá en pantalla a Juli Faribene, muy afilado, el piloto argentino y de Canadá, porque tiene doble nacionalidad. Vamos a ver cómo llega a lo largo de la carrera. Nos quedan solamente 3 vueltas, cuando también tenemos a nuestro otro piloto, Alejandro González, que ganó 5 posiciones, quedando ahora en el puesto número 12 de la E20 Senior.
Into the final complex, Falavenye. He will have a boost button. All these karts have a boost button. It gives you 5 seconds of extra power, and it recharges every 45 seconds. Using it at the right place can really make or break. Great battle. Further back, that is Yusuf Alali, Alejandro Gonzalez, Raul Vargas, Milan Scosensi, Lola Gervais, Nicola Ferreira. That is for 11th place in seniors on back. Here comes Raul Vargas, 5th 1 year ago, 6th in this class back in 2022. I don't think he's going to match that result here. We're on lap 7 out of 10. And Jakobs' lead is 0.6 of a second, side by side, into turn number 1 between another of our Bahraini drivers. That would be the 605 Mohamed Al Hassan, our camera kart. This roller coaster section, Natalia, is beautiful to look at, beautiful to drive.
Así es, y muy orgullosos obviamente de la gran actuación que tuvo Juli Faribene a lo largo de del fin de semana. Recordemos que ayer ganó la prefinal, lo que le permitió largar en el puesto número 2 en esta final. La verdad que se está manteniendo muy bien en lo que es la carrera. Y una seguidilla obviamente latinoamericanos, porque tenemos a Jorge Matos de Colombia y después a Adriano Amaral de Brasil.
You're looking there at the battle between, this is Ellis Pietza, P9, Silicon City, P8. Anna Bendenek is at the front of that queue. She's up into P6. Here are your leaders. And closing in is Levente Simon in 4th position. Benedek having to really defend. Here comes Mohamed Al Hassan through the roller coaster. He has got the number 606 of Anna Benedek in front of him. This is the battle for 6th and 7th. Side by side behind Spiezza. There is Silicon City and Anthony Kukac going side by side. Still in Masters, Knyoppers leads by just 0.3 of a second. We have less than 2 laps to go. Less than 2 laps for Vedant Menon to maybe make history. And look at this, Natalia. Falavenye and Matos are still chasing. Race leader, Masters race leader, Maurice Knyoppers.
Yes, 3 Latin American drivers. Y so, es un orgullo para nosotros que estamos ahí luchando obviamente para que podamos estar integrando el podio.
It is, yeah, this could be another really good day for South America in E20 Masters. Look at this battle, side by side, wheel to wheel into turn number 5. Hassan gets Benedek, and so does Spiezza, the electric renegade. Ellis Spiezza up into a possible top 5 finish, wheel to wheel, close up. This is the final lap. Yannick Jakobs, 0.4 of a second in front of Verdant Menon, a spin at the top of the hill. 3 of them have gone off, including our camera cart. But we wait. Yannick Jacobs has won, and Bahrain has a Grand Finals podium finisher, a native Bahraini. And we now wait for the Masters. Call them across the line. Knyopers takes the win, and second for Argentina, for Falivegne.
Julián Falivegne integra el podio, obviamente, los latinoamericanos junto a Jorge Mato, si no me equivoco.
Ecuador have their first Grand Finals podium.
Sí, y obviamente en estos karting eléctricos, que son unos karting totalmente nuevos para nosotros los latinoamericanos, que no tenemos estos karting. Me retracto obviamente que al comenzar la transmisión dije que Máximo Castro había recibido una penalización, no fue una falla, pudo obviamente retomar y correr la carrera.
Yannick Jacobs remains undefeated. Before today, his best ever result in the Grand Finals was a 37th place finish 2 years ago in DD2. The 29-year-old from Garbsen in Germany has just gone undefeated. For Maurice Knyopers, he becomes the first driver to retain an E20 Masters title. He becomes the first driver to retain a title for 2 different nations. Last year, he won for the Netherlands. This year, he wins for the UAE. It's only the UAE's second win. It's their first win since 2014, when Sean Babington took the honours. There will be some wild celebrations for Bahrain. In 2003, Sean Murphy was a Max Masters podium finisher. He finished 3rd. He's an expat. Verdant Menon, whose mum is his mechanic, has just become the first native Bahraini to finish on the Grand Finals podium, and he has done so at his home circuit. Let's not forget Germany now have 2 E20 senior wins. Argentina continue their rich tradition in this class as well. There is Yannick Jacobs. What a feeling, Natalia.
Good driver, good weekend. Bueno, tuvo un gran fin de semana desde que comenzó, obviamente, tanto de los entrenamientos como lo que fueron los warm-up, pasando por la clasificación, obviamente, la prefinal y llegar a la final muy bien posicionado. Y el festejo, obviamente, ¿no? De cuando uno puede ganar y obviamente estar en el podio, que es lo más lindo y lo que representa, obviamente, poner la bandera en lo más alto.
And, you know, that was the team from the Bahrain International Circuit celebrating wildly. Oh, I mean, Germany, Bahrain and Hungary, the top 3 in E20. In E20 Masters, UAE, Argentina and Ecuador. Provisionally, Ecuador become the 44th different nation to finish on a grand final podium. It's going to be very difficult to not get a lump in your throat during today when you see emotion like that.
Germany have a good team, right?
Yes.
In the car, is so strong.
Yes.
We can see you
yeah.
a lo largo de...
So,
Estamos complicados con el español y el inglés.
Provisionally, that is Germany's 3rd Grand Finals win. Let's take a look at the highlights of our first final. It was all over at the start. Jacobs getting a great start, coming across, take the racing line. Verdant Menon getting passed by Akos Madaras. Natalia Falivegne trying to squeeze across on Knyopers. Knyopers got the drop and he just wasn't able to pass. There was a spin and a retirement for Jakub Jochko. He was out. Raul Vargas getting forced wide. He would eventually recover to finish. Well, he eventually dropped back to finish 32nd after coming back. Our camera cart, Mohammed Al Hassan, was involved in an incident on the last lap. Great racing, though, back in the pack. South America specifically.
Sí, la verdad para nosotros es un orgullo que podamos tener latinoamericanos corriendo acá en la E20 y además poder rendir como rendimos hoy en pista, porque nosotros no tenemos este tipo de karting en nuestros países. No se usa en ninguna de las divisionales que tenemos de Rotax Argentina. Y al nivel latinoamericano también, con lo cual estos karting tan pesados, tan difíciles y tan desconocidos para nosotros con pistas que nosotros no tenemos tampoco allá, la verdad que es muy meritorio.
And of course, the battles continued further down the field. Ellis Piazza, what a drive from Ellis. Mohammed Al Hassan, look how close it is. You have to be inch perfect, don't you, Natalia? You cannot make a single mistake.
Sí, la verdad que podemos ver el gran rendimiento que tuvo y esto de seguir la
And that was the end of Al Hassan, Benedek and Kong Siri. Look at the celebrations.
It's the best picture in the Grand Finals.
There is Maurice Kniopers saluting. Another win for Maurice. Falivenier, you can see the Canadian maple leaf.
Canadian in Argentina, two nationalities.
Will he be pleased with P2 for Argentina?
Two pilots Argentina in the podium.
Yep.
Yes, because in the last year,
Yep.
last year, I have Emi Paris.
Brilliant. Kyle Lawrence is down the pits with Yannick Jacobs.
Yannick Jacobs, our winner of the E20 Grand Finals final. You are the third ever German winner in the Rotax Grand Finals. You've dominated the entire weekend, winning every single one of the heats, winning the pre-final, and now taking the final. Yannick, you have to be ecstatic.
Yeah, it was an amazing week. My mechanic did a brilliant job. The setup was on point in the final, and we had a good start and had a little gap, and the gap was nearly confident, and yeah, winning is unbelievable. I can't believe it now.
Well, you must have had an idea that you stood a really good chance from the start of this weekend. You've had the pace the whole weekend. You've been in front with a gap in every single heat. You are the first winner since 2014 for Germany. You don't look like you've raced an entire final, so your preparation was on point. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, we have a lot of work in front of the race, and race in Sarno, the E20, and it feels really good in Sarno, and what was a good training for here.
Well, I have to say again, congratulations, and enjoy your celebrations throughout the rest of this afternoon and later on tonight.
Thank you.
Right, Eddie, that was Yannick Jacobs.
Thank you very much, Kyle. The Bahrain flag is, I'm not quite sure if it is just fluttering a little bit more than it was a moment ago as Bahrain celebrate their best ever Grand Finals finish. And it is so special because Vedant Menon is a native Bahraini. And, you know, this is something that in karting is very different. You know, you race for the country where your license is issued. And that is why Maurice Kniopers won last year for the Netherlands and won this year for the United Arab Emirates. And he is speaking to Kyle Lawrence now.
Moritz, you've taken the first ever back-to-back E20 Masters World Final win today. You won it for Netherlands. You've now won it for the UAE. Pride of the nation. Tell me how you're feeling right now in this moment.
I feel great. They made me, I wasn't sure whether I was going to win because these guys, they were really fast. And yesterday they beat me and I gave it all. My son came to me and said, Papa, were you saving your tires? Hell no, I was giving it all, you know. But today the sun was our friend. We come from the UAE and we like the sun, you know. So the sun
made the track a bit more grippier, and that helped me. So I could drive it like I stole it, you know?
Yeah, you looked like you were going to have it all your own way from qualifying through the heats, but pre-final, the rest of the Masters switched it on, found some pace, and made it a bit more difficult for you. You got a second place in that pre-final. Like you say, the sun came out and sorted that out for you, and you mentioned your son. So now you've done the final win. You've gotten that done. Your focus now doesn't shift the celebration. It shifts to watching on your son, Sam Knoppers, in DD2 and see how he goes.
I don't know. I have a few pictures from last year, and in Sarno they sold these beautiful bottles. So might be a little bit of celebration now. But for sure, you know, the whole family's here. We're grateful for their support, and obviously we're cheering for Sam. I imagine the feelings he's going through now. And yeah, it's going to be a great race, hopefully.
Well, we've seen two Knoppers on the podium before, but hopefully we see them both on the top step come the end of the DD2 race.
I know in 2008 I finished third behind Dennis Cruz, and it feels really bad, you know, to be second or third. Some people come and congratulate with it, but there's only one place, and that's winning, you know. So hopefully the little man can do it, and we'll be watching.
Well, Maurice Knoppers is showing off the pride for his nation, UAE, and looking forward to celebrating his second grand final win.
Thank you, Carl. There is Mohammed in the foreground. He manages the circuit for Hassan El Shahabi. There are the staff celebrating with Vedant Menon. That is why the emotion at this event is greater than at any other, because you do it for your country. There are more international voices coming up through the next 6 races. We will be introducing our next international voice very, very soon. But in the meantime, Germany, Bahrain, Hungary, the UAE, Argentina, and celebrate. Who will celebrate in the next race? It's Micromax. It's up next. Looking down at the Micromax grid, and Roger Young joins me in the commentary box, driving for New Zealand in DD2 Masters this year. Last year, you know, you're racing for Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan 2 years ago, sorry, and you saw your Felix Chang come second in this race. This year, it's New Zealand.
That's right, Henry. This year I chose to switch to, you know, the country where I grew up.
Yes.
I lived there for 20 years, did most of my schooling in New Zealand. I think, you know, New Zealand has a very strong motorsports heritage.
It does.
So, as you know, the last, you know, couple of grand finals I've been racing under Team Chinese Taipei and have led the team. But this year also, you know, just wanted a different atmosphere and, you know, give it a go.
Give it. Yeah, and of course, we're looking at this as, so, you know, you have a New Zealand license. You grew up in New Zealand, so that allows you to qualify the New Zealand license for New Zealand. There is no Kiwi in this class. Micromax and Minimax aren't a class in New Zealand yet, are they?
Yet. So the exciting news is, from what I've heard, from next year onwards, they're going to have the Micromax and the Minimax class in New Zealand, and there will be tickets. And there will be tickets.
Excellent. Well, we'll get that confirmed. We're getting ready to start. We will be seeing Roger in DD2 Masters later on. We're also going to be seeing Roger at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy Asia in Macau. Macau in January. Jen Wade, you are down on the grid with one of our drivers, Charlie Page. Well, I can see Jen down there. Charlie is our international trophy champion, and last year's International Trophy champion, Joshua Cook, went on to win this race. Now, of course, every driver wants to know where their mum's watching from, especially in this class, Roger. And of course, to help Charlie find his mum and his sister, they have donned bright, luminous green wigs to make them easier to spot, because in the UK, Charlie races with a bright, luminous green livery on his kart. The starting lineup is as follows. Pole position will be Albert Farrow, alongside Albert, UAE's Benjamin Karachkovic. Then the International Trophy champion Charlie Page and Emilis Kapkauskas for Lithuania. Row number 3, Gustavo Oliveira for Portugal, Jan Wozniak for Poland. Jan Wozniak finished 17th in this race 1 year ago. On row number 4, pretty in pink, Jaden Francisco from Canada and Dominic Vieira-Roa from Colombia. Dominic won his first race in a kart through a scholarship, and he's here representing Colombia now. Bruno Miranda from Chile and Benedictus Masiokas are next. Maximilian Richkowski from Poland and Turbo Tariq Sofi from Bahrain. How must he be feeling? Alex Noah Muhabkab from Lebanon and Augustin Perchivati are next. Dian Singh Pahal and Timon Gurgic. Gurgic was the highest finishing returning driver. He was 6th last year. Lev Kovansky and Luan De Vet from South Africa. The top 20 rounded out by Maximilian Safazinski and Chirifat Vejabuti. Then we have on row number 11, Oliver Opre and Anna Macholm from Austria. Jonathan Otterson, Kyle Denzler. Connor Haufer from Germany and Alejandro Cardona. Thomas Liptak and Nagoshige Inose. The top 30 are completed by Michael Toledo and Yen Huang. Then Jun Karato, Jack Clem, and at the back of the 36-strong field, Rosalie Rabasova, Hugo Corby, Si Chen Lu, and Domenico Mazza. Felix Chang secured Chinese Taipei's greatest ever Grand Final finish in this race last year with 2nd. The competitive nature of this event means he didn't even get a ticket this year, but I know that one of your drivers, Huang Yen Chang, did. Your previous nation, Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan, they must be improving all the time, yes?
Yeah, and also this year in Taiwan, our micro grids have actually expanded. As you remember, a couple of years ago, the grids were tiny.
Yeah.
This year, I think in the final race, we had, like 15, 16?
And that's an improvement. And is that a direct result of Felix getting a result on a global stage?
I think for sure there is some effect to that, and just kids getting more interested and sort of realizing, hey, the Asian boys, with the right training, with the right support, they can get up there.
Okay, since this class made its debut in 2016, the USA have won, so have France, so have New Zealand, so have Estonia, so has Portugal, Great Britain the last 2. Lithuania have had a 2nd in this class with Mahos Masinas in 2022, and Mahos's countryman Emilis Kapkauskas is our on-board camera. Can Farrow and Page beat Karachkovic, who has been mighty? 12 laps about to get underway. Into the tram lines. This is where the tension mounts, isn't it, Roger?
Yeah, that's right. The nerves are going. Let's go.
Into the tram lines. Lights go out. We're off and racing. Farrow tries to squeeze across to take the racing line. He does so. Kapkauskas, our camera kart, wide through turn number 1. 36 karts, all successfully through the roller coaster at the back. 1 or 2 run onto the curb. I think Jaden Francisco was one of them. That is about a perfect start. Let's have a look at Kapkauskas. He's lost a couple of places. Now coming down to turn number 8, this is a passing opportunity for every class, isn't it, Roger?
Yep, that's right. If you open the door wide there, somebody 2, 3, 4, 5, they're gonna send you out.
Yeah, and Page has the lead. Faro back to fourth. And Karachkovic gives Page the signal. Let's go, I'll work with you. How much should Charlie Page trust Benjamin Karachkovic now? Well, we shall find out at this early stage, Roger. You know, you are prepared to work with it. Oh, somebody goes off. That looked like a Team Canada race suit. It's not pretty in pink. It may have been Maximilian Rachkovsky. Karachkovic, though, was quite demonstrative, wasn't he, Roger? Just saying, pointing to Page, saying, go, 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 don't defend.
Yeah, I mean, in these cadet carts, the toe here is just so strong. You know, being behind is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, you look at, you know, last year, same.
Yeah, indeed. And now Karachkovic does take the race lead. Benjamin Karachkovic and Dian Singh Pahal pulled a tactical masterstroke that the teams have asked me not to mention until now. In practice, both drivers said they were suffering a little bit of rib pain, so they only went out and did 2 or 3 laps per session. They weren't suffering with rib pain. They knew they only had 1 set of tyres for the entire meeting. Oh, and that could have been big. That might have been Gustavo Oliveira. No, Oliveira's still there. Is that Kapkauskas? Let's have a look. I will finish my story. There is Dian Singh Pahal, the Sikh warrior, on front of us. Oh, Karachkovic defending. No working together there. Faro's third, Oliveira fourth. The Micromax drivers had 1 set of tyres for practice and the racing. So Pahal and Karachkovic, they decided we're not going to do all the practice laps. And when people ask us why, we're not going to tell them we're saving tyres. We're going to tell them that we're not very comfortable, that our ribs are hurting. They've got tyres that are between 20 and 30 laps fresher than everybody else. Will that pay dividends? Well, for Dian Singh Pahal, he's gone from 15th to 2nd, and the 2 drivers who had the tyre plan in practice are now P1 and P2, Roger Young.
Now we just have to see, you know, if they can get in front of P1, if they can run away, you know.
Karachkovic for the UAE. It's been 11 years since UAE's last victory until about 20 minutes ago. They can't do 2 in 2 races. Here comes Dian Singh Pahal, the Sikh warrior, the sword of Kandar, with a special Dallas Cowboys Sikh warrior style crash helmet. He leads up to 2nd for Albert Faro. The rest of the field come through. Kapkauskas is 3rd, Page 4th, Karachkovic 5th, Oliveira, Rachkowski, Miranda, Perchivati, Masiokas, the top 10. Jaden Francisco, Alex Nomogabgab, Vera Roa, Wozniak, Vejabuti, Devet, Gorgic, Kovansky, Cardona, Macomb, Inose, Karato. All 36 drivers still running. Turbo Tariq Sufi is down in 36. Pahal only got his ticket for this event on the last lap of the last race of the British Championship season. He did not lead the British Championship until 1 lap before the end of the entire season. And now he's here leading. Ironically, the driver who led the entire British Championship, who lost it on the last lap, then got his ticket with the Ultimate Karting Championship, the Rotax National Cup. That's Benedictus Masiokas. And Masiokas is 8th. What was that, Roger?
That was all right. Safe, good save, good save. Could have been real nasty there.
Kapkauskas is 2nd. Can he go better, 1 better than Marcus Masinas? Page is 3rd. Dian Singh Pahal has the race lead. I'm told one crazy story. That's up the inside. Pahal's being squeezed. Emilius Kapkauskas, he give it a little bit of a hip and shoulder. Here comes Charlie Page. Now we're 3 wide. Karachkovic is there. It's a UK 1-2. Pahal from Page. Then it's Karachkovic back to P3. Wide is Kapkauskas. He's going to lose a few positions. Through turn number 5. We're only halfway through this race, Roger. It's breathless stuff, isn't it?
But you see, Henry, like you say, Singh Pahal has got fresher tyres, and he can't pull away. It just goes to show the power of the toe at this track, right?
Yep. Oh, and now Page is to the inside. Karachkovic trying to go around the outside, and there's Albert Farrow. 1, 2, 3, Team UK off the corkscrew. UAE is third. Charlie Page. Kapkauskas. That could have been huge. I hope we caught that on our onboard camera. What a save from Emilius Kapkauskas. He's still in the race. That's the key thing. He's dropped back, but he's still in the race. I've got another story to tell. At Le Mans this year, when Tien Singh Pahal looked like he had no chance of getting a ticket, I bet Tien Singh Pahal that if he wins the Grand Finals, I would quit smoking. I'm looking now. I think my lifestyle might get a little bit healthier.
Your face is, you've got a few drops of sweats coming down your face there,
Oh no! Page Pahal! I don't believe it! It's gone wrong for Team UK. Utter devastation. Page is out from the race lead. Karachkovic leads. It can change in the blink of an eye, can't it?
Well, you look, number one, he's
and Tien Singh Pahal's he's gonna have to come in. He's gonna have to come in and get out of the way. He's tried to drop back, and now Tien needs to get out of the way. He is a lap. Well, it's still showing him. I think he may have to cut through half the circuit, come back on. Pahal, I'm not quite sure. He probably's not quite sure what the regulation is. He obviously missed the circuit. I mean, he's still in the race, so let's call it as we see it. And he obviously cut across the circuit, then slowed down to allow the rest of the field to catch up, so he didn't gain track position. He's in third place at the moment. Race leader Benjamin Karachkovic. Second, Albert Farrow. Pahal is third, Masioka's fourth. Here comes Bruno Miranda. Chile have never stood on the Grand Finals podium. We've already had one South American nation claim their maiden podium today. Can Chile become the next? Here's Kapkauskas for Lithuania, now running in 7th position.
Mate, the two boys up in the front, they can't fight now. If they start fighting, there's what? There's 10 karts easily that can catch up. So the two boys need to start driving off. 3 laps to go. That's exactly the strategy they need to have.
They do indeed. This could be the moment that makes or breaks the chances for Team UAE and Team UK. The United Kingdom, 18 Grand Finals wins, the most of any nation.
Did you say LB Farrow also did the tire saving strategy there, Henry?
No, it was Pahal and it was Karachkovic.
Okay.
We will make sure that the live chat on the YouTube channel stays clean and respectful. These drivers are just 8, 9 and 10 years old. Let's remember that. We have a wonderful moderator on the track. Down towards turn number 8. That is where it went wrong a few laps ago. Yes, we saw heartbreak for Charlie Page. We saw heartbreak in the previous race for Uruguay's Maximo Castro. His kart failed to start. It was a technical problem. There was no penalty involved. That is heartbreaking for Uruguay. And their wait for a Grand Finals podium continues for another year. Karachkovic now begins to defend. 2 laps to go. Has he defended too early? Is that nose cone a little bit bent in for Benjamin Karachkovic? It's game on now, Roger.
Yep. Okay, let's go, boys. Come on, stop fighting. There's one more. The boys behind, they're going to be right behind them in no time.
Pahal and Bruno Miranda. Gustavo Tutti Suarez has been co-commentating with me for half the week. That he is Bruno's driver coach. At the moment, Miranda is there in 4th. Dominic Vieira for Colombia is also in the mix. Colombia up to P4. That could be a podium. Who's next? Masiokas, Kapkauskas, Perchivati, Kovansky, Oliveira, Mugabgab, Francisco, and Louis Devet. I'm looking at my list. Have Colombia ever had a podium before? The answer is no. Last lap, Karachkovic defending. Ferro attacking. Round the outside, through the roller coaster we go. And Karachkovic is going to defend. Ferro pulled off this move on Karachkovic in the pre-final. Karachkovic doesn't let it happen. Dian Singh Pahal is back into contention. So is Vieira. 5 drivers, Roger Young. Can Karachkovic hold on? Can Ferro go round the outside? Here comes Dian Singh Pahal again.
This is completely wild. Come on.
Ferro, let's just bring it home cleanly, boys. 5 for the win. Ferro, Pahal, Vieira, Karachkovic, and Miranda. Ferro defending for his absolute life. Pahal to the outside, over the curb. Watch the switchback. It's gonna be Albert Ferro, or is it? Yes, by 9 thousandths of a second. Ferro, Karachkovic, Pahal, and Bruno Miranda, P4 for Chile. That could be a podium if there are any post-race penalties. There is the celebration. Dan Holland, who runs Daryl Melotti in the background. I can see Albert Ferro's granddad just behind the timing and scoring monitor. They cannot believe it. Your provisional result, Albert Ferro from Benjamin Karachkovic. It's another podium for the UAE as things stand. Dian Singh Pahal, 3rd. Bruno Miranda, South America, Chile, Colombia, Argentina, the top 6. Any penalties for the top 3, Chile are on the podium, Colombia could be on the podium, Benedictus Masiokas 7th, Emilius Kapkauskis 8th, Lev Kovensky is 9th. Then Gustavo Oliveira for Portugal in 10th. Wozniak. Now, of course, we're going to be looking. There goes the number 32 Kart. That was Jaden Francisco. Pretty in pink finishes P12. Oliveira slaps the steering wheel. There, Bruno Miranda thinks he might be on the podium. 0.3 of what? Half a second cover the top 7. Thumbs up from driver number 21. That is now Shige Inose. He gained 15th place to finish in. There's your winner, provisional winner, Albert Ferro, celebrating. A few eyes that maybe aren't quite as happy, and the main thing is Charlie Page is absolutely A-OK. Heartbroken, but okay. Karting, Roger, is not always successful. In fact, you have more bad days than good days, don't you?
Well, it is a brutal sport, Henry. You know, and all these boys, they've prepped all year.
Yep.
To fly all this way out to Bahrain.
Yep.
Who, you know, nobody wants to come in second. Nobody remembers second place. You know, everybody wants to win.
Statos like myself.
Yeah, and you've got that photographic memory.
And look at the celebrations back there. There are 2 Colombian drivers. There is Dian Pahal, and he's the first one over. Look at Team UK. Those are the drivers that have just been beaten by one of their countrymen. Benedictus Masiokas and Dian Pahal are the first drivers to congratulate Albert Farrow. Oh, and someone goes, Percivati is so happy he's tripping over himself. Let's, as we look at the tremendous sportsmanship, Dominic Vieira there, Albert Farrow will show some highlights of that incredible race, and then we will surely speak. Roger, I mean, hard to believe it actually finished closer than it started. Farrow had a great start, Kapkauskas losing ground. The fortunes ebbed and flowed. You've got to feel for Charlie Page, though.
Yeah, I mean, he was right up there, wasn't he? And he had every chance of winning it.
Yep.
Just unfortunate contact, but it is racing. You know, racing is, unfortunately, a contact sport.
You know, yeah, it is hip and shoulder all the time. Dian Pahal started 15th. He was up there. There's Bruno Miranda. Look how far back Miranda is at the moment for Chile. And, you know, Pahal leads. Oh, that was Albert Farrow. That could have been game over. And as he comes back on track, he hits Emilis Kapkauskas. Oh, this was the moment that it went wrong for Pahal and Page. Pahal provisionally is third. He had to fight back. We don't know about nose cone penalties. Now, game on. Karachkovic. Eventually, Karachkovic makes do with second. Farrow around the outside. Here comes Pahal. And look at this as they cross the line. Celebrations, commiserations, and that is Lev Kavansky, who finished 9th for Kyrgyzstan. Tremendous result for Lev Kavansky, who wrote his initial car off. That mechanic has had, the family had to buy a second chassis because you get one free. If you need a reframe, you have to pay for the second one.
Unfortunately, things like that do happen at the Grand Finals.
And the brand new chassis, the second chassis, finishes 9th. There is Benjamin Karachkovic. There's Dian Pahal. I'm wondering if there's nose cone penalties and what has gone on. Obviously, everything we say is provisional. There's Gustavo Tutti Suarez. Has that driver, Bruno Miranda, secured a podium? Pahal, I'm sure. There's his dad, Kulyat Pahal. You know, these drivers, you know, we have to remember that race, it's an adult race. And then you look at the drivers and their children. So we put the pressure on them. We treat them like adults. A lot of them behave like adults. They speak like adults. For people in their bedrooms who would never qualify for this event, it's very easy to criticize. That's why you sit at home in your bedrooms and you don't race karts, or you don't race karts the level that these drivers race at. It's a fine line between praise, pressure, and then, as you know, looking after their safety, you know, duty of care. We do promote them and push them because they are superstars. Every once in a while, you have to allow them to be children. Kyle Lawrence is down with one child who has just become a Grand Finals champion. Take it away, Kyle Lawrence.
I am with Albert Farrow now, Henry. He's taken the checkered flag by only 900ths of a second. The race was all over the place. I don't think at any point you knew that you had the victory sealed. It was the last lap for you that gave you that win. Talk me through those last couple of corners.
So, I mean, we were running second on the last lap. It was the race was very crazy, I mean, and I luckily got my wheel inside of the person that was in second, and then got my move, and then Dian, he got the cut back, and then he's on my outside, and I just had to defend my life and then end up winning.
Absolute brilliant win. We watched halfway through that lap though. Krajcevic going very defensive. You took the risk to go around the outside up into turn 10. Is that a lot of driver coaches would say that's not a great idea, but you pulled it off. Something that you just thought about in the moment?
I mean, well, he was defending very well, so I had nothing to lose but just to go around the outside.
Your mechanic was almost doing backflips on the fence as you came over the line, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that you want to give thanks to for getting you this far and getting you into this prestigious event and finally getting you over that line to become the grand final champion in Micromax. Who are those people?
My mum, my dad, my family coming to support me, Henry and his dad for coming over from Dubai, and some friends from school.
Albert, well spoken, well said, and a well-deserved victory here in the grand final of Micromax. Henry, that is our 2025 Micromax grand final winner, Albert Ferro.
3 Micromax titles in a row for Team UK. Jensen Chalk, Josh Cook, and now Albert Ferro. 19 wins. Roger, you'll be out in DD2 Masters a little bit later on. What are your thoughts?
We're 2 years older now. It's the climate here is still quite challenging. Track is obviously hard, but I'm ready. I'm ready.
If you give it the proper Kiwi term, is you kick it into first and give it the jandal.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. That's right. I'll see you later on. I'll also see you in January at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy Asia in Macau.
Yep, and that, as you know, you were there earlier this year. There's
first 5 tickets.
Yep, first 5 tickets. Some of these boys are micro. They might be graduating to mini.
Who knows? Yeah,
right.
There's a mini ticket available in Macau.
Exactly.
First time ever.
Exactly, and first Rotax race in Macau.
It is breaking new ground. Roger, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go. Good luck later on for your new New Zealand team. And the
lovely guys too.
Lovely guys
lovely
too.
team.
Yes, they are. So. Yes, they are indeed. My bet with Tiffany Chittenden is still on, and she's winning it. I bet that there would be no race without I thought there'd be one race with not a single nose cone penalty. Tiffany said, At the moment, she's winning.
I'd take you up on that bet too.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, so we pride on the line. Let's hear from a couple of our wonderful partners. We'll be back after this short break.
What a race that Micromax final was, and we expect more of the same as we head through our program here at the Grand Finals in Bahrain. 2025, the heat is on outside. The temperatures are rising both off the track and soon to be on the track. We have a quick look there at one of the turns. That is one of the passing opportunities off the roller coaster here in Bahrain. You can see the rubber coming down on circuit. The Mojo rubber being laid throughout this week, changing track conditions throughout the weekend. So very important to ensure that every ounce of setup is taken care of into this final race. We are going through the Bahrain International Kart Circuit, one of the longest we have been to in a couple of years, and definitely providing some great racing. Up next, though, it is our Mini-Max competitors. This is the step out of the primary school classes just before you go to Junior Max. But before we have a look at our grid and our competitors, here's a short mention from one of our sponsors.
Emerson McAndrew-Uren here on the front row. Of course, you're undefeated so far this event. And I have to ask you, this is the only title that you haven't won. Do you think it's possible in Minimax before you jump up to juniors to take this one?
Yeah, I've had a very good week so far. So I think we've got quite a good chance. So this is the last one I need to complete my year really. So let's make it a good one.
Of course, you're very well known for pulling something out of your hat or your helmet. And really, it's been impressive, Em. I just have to say that before you race off. You've got about 7 UK drivers behind you. So does that make you feel a little bit more confident knowing how they race?
There's a lot of UK drivers in this grid. Yeah. I think it's going to be tough. I think I know how some of them race, so it's going to be a good race.
It's going to be a great race, and we're going to say good luck. See you at the end. Have fun. Alrighty, now another UK driver I'm going to catch up with is actually our Micromax champion from last year, Joshua Cook. Here we are, second row. Did you expect to be this close to the front?
Yeah, well, pace has been good all weekend, just been a bit unlucky. But strong pre-final, which has mean we've had a good start for this final.
And you know how it works. Last year you came into the Grand Finals winning the International Trophy ticket in Le Mans. You're a little bit of a one-off guy, aren't you? One-off O-plate, one-off Golden Trophy, last-minute ticket. What do you reckon? Another last-minute one-off. Can we do it?
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully. Now, how long do you think the UK drivers are going to work together? How many laps do you think before we'll start to see maybe a little bit more of the pushing happening?
I mean, I think it's going to be quite dicey from lap 1. But I think there'll be a bit of working together. But yeah, mostly just fighting, defending, not much working together.
Of course, I have to say, I think at this level, Minimax, you've got a lot of experience. So I expect to see some great racing from you guys. Anyone you want to say quick hi to?
Hello to my dad, my mum, my sister, and everyone at home supporting me.
Alrighty, hi to everyone at home. I'll go back to the commentary and we'll hear who's on the grid.
Thank you very much, Jen. It's great to hear the personal stories from this, and Jen does a fantastic job of bringing those stories to life. The mechanics are clearing the grid. If you are watching on any one of the 47 terrestrial television stations around the world, we can make this broadcast interactive. I'll tell you how very shortly. Here is your starting lineup. Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Lucian Smith start from pole position. McAndrew-Uren, this is the only one of the big events in Rotax he hasn't won. The human highlight reel, Riley Murrow, and last year's Micromax champion Josh Cook on row 2. Ryan White on row 3 alongside Austin Oman, whose dad Tristan took UK's first ever Grand Finals podium over 20 years ago. Alfie Mayer and Italy's Giovanni Pistore go from row number 3. The farmer Tom Reed and Spain's Hugo Fuentes on row number 4. Hugo 32nd last year. Julian Duema and Vicente Capella are on row 3. Capella, a brand new crash helmet. Kaito Lloyd and Alfie Ward. Alfie Ward took the 394th and last ticket. Enzo Di Janeiro from Poughkeepsie, New York, and Brody Cooper Dowling on row number 8. Patapol Kanjanasat and Rivendev Preetham. 2 years ago, Rivendev Preetham was 72nd and last. He's 18th this year. Isaac Yoon and Romania's Mark Moyer on course, potentially Romania's best ever Grand Final result. Watch for Oliver Spencer. Brake failure while leading the pre-final means he starts 21st alongside Switzerland's Alexander Christoph. Ahmed Al Khalifa and Chen Yi Cho are next. Albert Farrow's older brother Arthur Farrow starts 25th alongside Cristobal Ricci Olcese. Ronald Kuhn and Alex Riley from Ireland are next. Bruno Gajewski and Belgium's Leon Herbert scrapes in alongside Jeff Verbeek, who had a retirement, Martins Lapins, Darawara Vejabuti and Chile's Augusto Salame. Brazil's Enrico Vieira and Jocubus Vaskelis round out your field. Jaden Els was South Africa's first winner in Minimax in the first year of the class. That was South Africa's last win so far in the Grand Finals. Their most recent of 14 wins, I believe. Then we've had France, Marcus Amand, Germany, Farin Mega, Julian Rakameyer, from France, Arata Endo from Japan, Christopher El Faghali for Lebanon. There's a neck brace that has fallen off. That will be a problem. Rory Armstrong in 2023, Denny Babacek last year, Kyle Lawrence. This could be the best race of the week.
I am so glad you brought that up, because when you were going through that grid from about 15th down, we've seen a lot of drivers' names that we've been watching in the top 5 during the heats, starting this final a little further back in the field due to whatever issues they may have encountered throughout the weekend. Ferro being one of the drivers further back that has had to move himself up through the field the entire week throughout the heats and into pre-final.
The Cookie Monster has our onboard camera. Now, Albert Farrow has just taken the UK's 19th Grand Finals victory. Can any one of the 7 drivers from the UK who start in the top 7 positions take a historic 20th Grand Finals victory? It could be Grand Finals podium number 60 as well. Emerson McAndrew Uren, another driver undefeated so far this week, leads the field to the line, lights it out, we are off and racing.
Yeah, this is where a race can either be won or lost into turn 1. Emerson McAndrew didn't do his usual inside look to see if he was under attack, and that cost him. Murrow's gone past. He's dropped down to about 4th or 5th. It is 4th place. But right now, it is Riley Murrow goes to the front. We saw this throughout the week. Oh, a little bit of hip and shoulder there through turn number 5. I think that was Lucian Smith that has visited the extra runoff that we have here at the Bahrain circuit. Emerson McAndrew Uren getting another position back from that 30s up to 2nd. Now the chase is on to get onto the back of Riley Morrow. We haven't seen a single breakaway from a single kart this entire week, and I don't think this will be the first time we see it.
No, this could be a temporary lead advantage. Ahmed Al Khalifa has retired his kart. We're going to keep an eye on Oliver Spencer, and that is Capella offline. Vicente Capella drops behind Mark Moya from Romania. Riley Morrow defending. Here comes Emerson McAndrew Uren. He is simply irresistible this week, is Emerson McAndrew Uren. Now, how can he hold off not just the best of British, but the best in the world, who are swarming around him like bees in the honey pot?
Talking about bees in the honey pot, unfortunately, we've lost a couple of our previous front runners throughout the week. Brody Cooper-Darling and Isaac Ewan way down the order at the moment after lap 1. But we saw some push away throughout the heat races and pre-final. We're not seeing that now. These drivers tripping over each other at every opportunity they get. They want to be the kart in front, but I don't know if that is the tactic that's going to win a final.
Dust in the air, karts over the curb. We saw an absolutely outstanding round the outside pass by Alfie May earlier on this week. He's just done it again to take the lead. Our camera kart is in the thick of the action, and that's an understatement. Brody Cooper-Dowling is still there, but he's down, he's emitted a lap down. Maybe there's a transponder issue with that. Please, your support on the YouTube live chat is very welcome. If you're watching, on television, Instagram, Rotax Karting, Facebook, Rotax Karting, YouTube, Rotax Karting, they are where you can let us know what TV station you're watching, where in the world you are watching this from. Down the hill towards turns 12, 13, 14, 15 and 16. Mayer leads Morrow, leads McAndrew Uren. A 3-kart breakaway, but for how long, Kyle?
I don't see this being a breakaway for very long, because if you look just behind White and Smith, the chasing pair getting onto the front group, there is also Duema, Reed, and Fuentes. They're all pushing their way up from a terrible, well, not a terrible start, an outside top 10 start to get onto the front. Smith and White swap positions. Lucian Smith thinking he's the faster card. He can bring this back into the fight. But at the moment, you are correct, Henry. We've got a 3-card breakaway. But this doesn't stay like this for long, especially when they start getting towards the end of this race and looking to get into the front and control the race with a couple of laps left to go.
Don't count out any of these drivers on our screens right now. Cook 7th, Reed 6th, Fuentes in 8th, Duema 9th. Oliver Spencer from 21st to 10th for Team UAE. The black and gold Falcon is flying again. There he goes in cut 147 under the gantry, 3 wide. The circuit looks so wide, and yet these drivers can fit 4, 5, 6 wide when they choose to. Pistore is down to 13th, Mark Moya is 12th, Kaito Lloyd is 11th, Alex Riley from 28th to 14th. Oh, Mark Moya getting squeezed like a zit coming out of turn number 5. He hangs on. Austin Oman's dropped to 13th. Fuentes has just dropped back to 15th. Even there, Pritham is at the 17th. Arthur Farrow is up to 16th.
The one thing these drivers also need to be careful is there is an instant out on circuits that will bring out a yellow flag. That means no passing. You cannot pass under a yellow.
Is that, what, sorry, I haven't seen that.
There is a yellow out on circuit at the moment. It was brought to me from the producer. Okay. So at the moment, there is a yellow. We can't see which corner it's on just yet.
Well, let's have a look. We're lights are green at the moment. One driver. Let's have a look.
There it is in the background there.
Kaito Lloyd has come out of his car. Obviously, the race still continues. That tells me that they're happy with Kaito's condition. He's okay. Cristobal Ricci Olcese has also dropped to the back of the field. Emerson McAndrew Uran to P back to the lead. And Murrow are now caught by Smith and White, the famous 5.
It's starting to look like a bit of a British Championship with a couple of extra cars following on and watching.
Yep.
5 British drivers in the, sorry, I'm even mistaken.
It's
more
7.
than that, 7 British drivers in the top 7 here in Minimax. These drivers know each other well. They've raced each other a long time.
But you know something? Only 2 of those drivers got their tickets in the UK, Ryan White and Alfie Mayer. Everybody else got their tickets in international events around the world. The UK do not get more tickets than anybody else. Their drivers just go around the world and qualify wherever they race.
Emerson McAndrew going defensive now, super white line driving, and this is helping our current fastest lap, Oliver Spencer. There he is in the background. He's up to 8th place already. He's just gotten past Duema. He sees Reed in front of him, and this group in front, Emerson going defensive, Riley Murrow around the outside. It looks like White is going to try the same thing. He's left out to dry. He's going to go from 3rd, a possible 3rd, down to 7th place. All the while, here comes Spencer, here comes Duema, and just joining the party is Riley.
Alex Riley is having the race of his life. The young Irishman, kart number 112. It's his debut in this event. Ian Murray from Murray Motorsport Ireland, the Irish distributor, is looking on, and Ian, you have done a great job. You must be very proud. Now, what can your young driver do? They're 2 wide, round the outside again. Oh, this could be huge. And there's 3, the Brits, in the barriers. The 166, Joshua Cook, gets turned around. That was Alfie Mayer and Riley Murrow getting connected. How did Emerson and Lucian get away with avoiding that one?
Not even that. It was even Riley and Spencer had to take massive avoiding action. That allowed Duema to move himself.
No! That is Emerson McAndrew Uran up over the back. He slows down. That is smart from Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Has his nose cone pushed in. Who leads now? It's Scotland's Ryan White.
In second and third, though, Dwemer and Spencer, they've gone from 9th and 10th on the previous lap to second and third here in the final. There's a couple, 4 or 5 laps left to go. Spencer's decided he's tired of following behind. He's going up to second. He wants to get to the front and be the one to race for this victory here in the grand final. And oh, off goes wide. Can't quite see the number there. That's 106.
That's 106. That's Lucian Smith gone. Ryan White. Oliver Spencer has just taken the race lead. Julian Dwemer was 52nd in this event a year ago. The German champion, 12 years old from Aachen. Ryan White, coached by Kai Hunter. Oliver Spencer, track limits, you know, Oliver. When Oliver is right, he is right. It's getting him into that mental space to do what he does best. Lewis Hall has worked so closely with Oliver to get him to this point. Now he has driven up from row 11 to the lead. We've got 4 laps to go, Kyle. White, Dwemer, McAndrew-Uren in 4th. Is this now just a 3-kart battle? There goes the farmer, Tom Reed, up into P4. Arthur Farrow up 19 places. Are you kidding me? Mark Moyer is there in 6th. McAndrew-Uren down to 7th. Then it's Chen Yi Cho up 16 places for Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. Alfie Mayer, Vicente Capella. Rivendev Pritham is trying to get a top 10 from India. Murrow, Christoph, Oman, Vasquez, Riley are next.
Absolute brilliant driving from every single one of these mixed and mini-max drivers. We did call it at the beginning. Expect to see some of the names further down the order move them way back up into the front. One of those drivers currently leading, Ollie Spencer. We have a look at a great move down the inside from Reed. Reed trying to get himself back into that front group after all the mess that happened in previous laps. But all this dicing, passing, and fighting is not helping them get back onto the front 3.
Look at Mark Moyer. Moyer is giving Romania, Vio, Anca, Nicuara, the distributors from Romania who host. Oh no, Arthur Farrow's had a mechanical failure. Farrow out of the race. The Nicuara family, the Roadrunner racing team, the distributors from Romania who organise the Transylvania Trophy as well as the Romanian Rotax Max Challenge. The Transylvania Trophy is one of the most fun events that you could ever go to. Romania have never had a sniff of a grand final podium. They've got a sniff now. In fact,
Ronnie Moreau over the back of Emerson.
Up over the back, and that also takes the 107 of Alfie Mayer out of contention. 7 British drivers started at the front. Moyer now into P4. 7 British drivers, and the UAE lead the sole remaining British driver, Ryan White. This is Spencer versus Scotland and Ryan White, and Aachen, Germany, Julian Dwemer. Lap 12 out of 13. Ollie Spencer's got to stay on the track, though. The officials aren't going to like it.
And that is helping him down into turn 1. He gets a kart length gap before they get there. White a little bit too concerned about Dwemer at the moment to stay in touch with Spencer. Spencer starting to stretch his legs a little bit. It is 2 laps left to go. There is the reminder of Arthur Farrow. We saw him come into the pits the previous lap. It is the meatball flag, as they like to call it, the technical flag, black with the orange circle. He's received it and had to come into the pits. It's ended his run at the front of this Minimax final. But you're right, we had 7 Brits in the top 7. We now only have 2 in the top 4. Emerson McAndrew trying to make his return.
Yeah, here's Tom, the farmer, Tom Reed, and who does work on his family farm. He is he goes to school, drives his go-kart, and then works the family farm. Mark Moyer runs 5th. We're gonna start the last lap. He's gotta stay on the track. Here we go. 1 lap for Spencer. 1 lap for White and Duemer to make a miracle happen through the roller coaster up to the top of the circuit.
Only a finite number of drivers has managed to make a back of the grid start turn into a win. Caleb Williams, I think, being the last one in memory, being able to drive from 36th up to 1st. Spencer had a little bit more of an advantage than that. He started in 21st or 22nd place. He's moved himself up into the front with 5 laps left to go. It's now all up to him to defend. White is telling him to push on, don't worry about him, but it's the final lap. At what point do you start getting comfortable? You need to defend on the final lap. They head into the final sector now. It is a left into a double right. Spencer, defensive into the left, defensive into the right. He's going to keep using that wide line, and it's going to give him the run to the flag. Here comes Ollie Spencer, a dream drive from 22nd to win out the Minimax final ahead of Ryan White and Julian Duemer.
Now, why was Ryan White saying just go? I think because Ryan White knows he may have a nose cone penalty, in which case we will find out shortly. Duemer, 3rd, Reed, 4th, Moya, 5th, Capella, Chen Yi Cho, Alex Riley, P8 for Ireland, Riven Dev Preetham, P9 for India, Riley Murrow, 10th. We look down the order. There is Alfie May, Austin Oman. Alfie Ward takes 15th position. Hugo Fuentes, 18th. Emerson McAndrew Uran's Minimax career will not end with a grand final title. It ends with a top 20 finish. Looking further down the order, Isaac Yoon, Ahmed Al Khalifa, Kaito Lloyd, Arthur Farrow failing to finish. And another race full of complete drama. I will remind you once again, judge not what you see. Oh, there's the he's being technical flagged off the circuit. If you're commenting at home and saying, oh, this is crazy, drivers should be disqualified, this is wrong and everything like that, well, there's a reason you're at home. It's because you ain't good enough to be here. So please remember, Minimax drivers are 11, 12, 13. There is Mark Moya from Romania celebrating with Tom the Farmer Reed. Has he just seen one of the top 3 get a nose cone penalty? In which case, let's have a look. Spencer, nervous. There is Technical Commissioner Paul Klassen. No nose cone penalty, a high 5. Oh boy, the one. Now let's look down. Kyle Lawrence has gone down to try and get a word with our winners. Romania, you have every right to celebrate. And now we will have a look at the highlights of another crazy race. McAndrew Uran did get a great start. Murrow had to force the issue. He had to go in early. He did so. McAndrew Uran fought back over the curbs with some of the drivers and through the final complex. Now there is Ollie Spencer. There's your eventual winner. He's behind Moya. He was started 21st. Now, the British drivers, this was great stuff. Cook, at the moment, was in 5th behind McAndrew Uran, who in turn is pushing Murrow along. The 147, Spencer, making his way up the order. Cook, falling back and then coming back. Here's Spencer, currently behind Hugo Fuentes, using the patented Spencer line. Well, you know, all results are provisional. The officials look at everything afterwards. Now, this is where it almost went horribly wrong, and that is the end of Josh Cook's challenge. Murrow and Mayer got tangled, and there's McAndrew Uren up over the back of Lucian Smith. Emerson didn't get back on track, and I think that was Lucian Smith eventually vaulting up over the back of somebody else. It boiled down to a fight between McAndrew Uren and Chen Yi Cho side by side. Mark Moyer, well, whether he gets a nose cone penalty or not, Mark Moyer has just driven the race of his life. Sadly, out of the contention went Martin Slappins. Spencer wins. Last year, Spencer was 4th. The year before, he was 9th in Micromax. There's Ryan White. There is Mark Moyer's mechanic, Barros. Ryan White, I think, knew he had a nose cone penalty, possibly. We'll get confirmation on that. There is the number 116. Barros, the mechanic. Oh. Now, was there a nose cone penalty on Mark Moyer's kart? I don't know. He's very, very happy. Kyle Lawrence has Oliver Spencer. 2 wins in 3 races for the United Arab Emirates.
That's right, Henry. I'm here with Oliver Spencer. His weekend started out a bit difficult. A P8 was all he could get. He then got 2 second places in the heat races. He was the leader of our pre-final until brake failure. Ollie, you were standing next to me watching the Micromass. I asked you, can you do a miracle win here? You said to me, without a doubt, you're going to make it happen, and you've made it happen. You are the 2025 Rotax Grand Final winner in Minimax. Your face doesn't show too much excitement just yet, but you got to be over the moon.
Yeah, I'm so happy in 23. On the last lap, I'd led the whole race in micro, and I got hit off, which I was very disappointed about. But I went again in Sarno. Could have done a bit better, but I think I did a good job with what I did. But this year, 3rd time lucky. I don't know what to say, really.
I've always said up in the commentary box that your racecraft is second to none. You're always able to find yourself through the pack. You're able to defend when you need to. But the biggest thing that we've been talking about is your relationship with Lewis, yourself and Lewis, very close together, your mechanic. How has that relationship helped you get forward in your career and finally get yourself over the flag as the winner of the Minimax category?
Yeah, we've been pushing really hard, me and Lou, this year. I think he's done a really, really good job of what he's achieved as a pair, to be fair.
Yeah, you guys definitely are a pair. Every time I see you, you're traveling together, you fly together, eat together, look after the racing together. But obviously there's so many more people involved in your motorsport. This is the first time here in racing for the UAE. There must be a lot of people that you want to give thanks to.
Obviously, my grandparents coming over. That was a nice surprise, them picking me up from school. My mum, my dad, my sister, obviously Lou, Connor, Ash, Michael, everyone at KR Sport. Whole of Team UAE, so yeah, thank you.
Well, just to end off, an unbelievable drive from 21st to the front. That is our 2025 Rotax Grand Final winner in Minimax, Oliver Spencer.
Thank you very much indeed, Kyle. And yeah, you look at that, Oliver Spencer reeling off a long list of names, not just the team he currently races for in the UAE, but his previous team in the UK. We are going to have a short break for lunch here at the circuit. Why is this such an important global event? Well, you see the flag of Bahrain flying over us. We've had the CIK president here with us this week. We've also had some extremely influential and important people from the nation of Bahrain. One of them, Sheikh, spoke to Jen Wade earlier. Enjoy this interview. It will tell you why this is such an important global event. We'll hear from some of our partners, and then we'll be back for the second half of the finals day here in the biggest party in world karting. Don't go away.
Sheikh Salman, really, really great to be back here in Bahrain, and thank you so much. Fantastic facilities, and of course we know it's excellent for an event like this, huge international event. I'm sure this is really one of the most popular venues in the whole world for so many competitors.
Well, first off, welcome and thank you for your kind words. I mean, for us, yes, the circuit has been, or the Bahrain International Karting Circuit has been, you know, a great improvement for what we do. We're very proud of this facility, and we try to build on it. And events like this really make sense, and we're happy that everyone's here. We have a simple, you know, way of doing it in our culture. We take care of our guests from the moment they land till the moment they leave, and we want everyone to come here, have safe racing, great racing, and create these memories that people will want to come back.
Of course, we know that as soon as we land, we feel very, very welcome. Lots of people have been talking about how good the hospitality is here in Bahrain. But what about you? You also share this passion for racing yourself? Maybe you tell us a little bit about your own experience.
I mean, I joined the track in 2003, 2004. I've always been passionate about racing, about driving, and I thought if I worked at the track, it'd be easier to drive on the track, which was the worst decision because as I progressed, I was more in the office and everyone was going around, but I got a chance to drive a bit, so the passion is still there for sure, and I've been, you know, lucky enough to be part of this great team in 2004. I took over, I think, in 2010, and then built, I love building teams, human capital, all of that. So I'm very proud of the team that works here.
You can be proud. Why is it so significant to be here in Bahrain, you know, to be the motorsport place, really here in the Middle East, to be the home of motorsport? Why is it so important?
I mean, for us, there has always been a history of motorsports in Bahrain. I think the Motor Federation was set up in 1952. So the circuit was kind of a continuation of that. We needed a proper circuit. We were the first to host F1, obviously. And that kind of set up the region, our neighbors saying, okay, this is the right track. So we're very proud and happy that we have 4 F1 venues now, but also, I mean, none of them yet have a karting facility like this, but that's also coming. And we build the industry, we build the sport all together. And we've seen that change over the years, so that's really important. Yes, we're the home of motorsports in the Middle East, but you also have to prove it. So last year we had 424 events at the racetrack. And that's a surprise. I mean, 112 are non-motorsports, but anything from F1 to WEC to all and the karting track is the same. If I say, like, okay, in terms of racing, maybe we've had 18 races, about 74, I think, events. But more importantly, our arrive and drive, 64,000 people have come through the gates here last year, and that's a good start for us as a small island, that we build on that. We get them into racing, and hopefully we'll see them join.
And of course, that's why an event like this is great, not only for Bahrain, but also for the region, for local communities. And I know recently you announced the Musco Young Driver Development Program, so that's also another vision of yours.
Yes, I mean, we're very proud and happy, and I want to thank Moscow for being part of this program. I mean, it was their initiative that they wanted. I mean, they were the ones that did the lights also on this track, and they wanted to give back to the community. So we worked with them by doing a driver program, mainly for people that is hard for them to enter the sport. So really reaching out into the community and bringing them. Another thing that we focused on is female drivers. So 50% of that will work on bringing female drivers into the sport. And if we can, and it's not just, you know, starting out, but there's also an advanced program that if we select good drivers, they will support even in taking them higher. And I think, I mean, for us, the Grand Finals or something like that plays 2 parts, I think, especially for Bahrain. One, it inspires people to be part of this. and they see the racing, they see the drivers from all over the world in their suits, with the names, with the countries, and I think this is something that's really inspiring for our local Bahrainis. I mean, we do have a Rotax challenge here, or championship. I think 11 qualified for these grand finals, and so we need to build on it. That's the third time. I think we have 21, 23, and 25 now, 2025. So it is growing. I'm just happy that everyone's here again.
Yeah, we're happy to be here as well. And all those points you mentioned, I know are really on par with the Rotax philosophy, to give people an opportunity, to give them, you know, a path in whatever, you know, sector they're in around the world, whatever region, whatever level, and come to this level, which is really the highest, and to come to this incredible location, but also to understand your vision. I mean, we're part of that growth and development within the region as well, which is fantastic.
It is.
Yeah. I want to ask you one thing. I've heard from your team that you have a little bit of a thing with 3 principles. I think it's ideal just to finish off our interview for the grand finals, and I hope you're okay to tell us a little bit more about it.
It is the DNA. I mean, it came a couple of years back, and I was struggling with something in the company or in a task that I had to do, and I asked the question, why do you show up to work and what's important? And literally the format was a piece of paper, and you know, no names, nothing, just tell me what's important. And I found, you know, sat in my office, opened up each piece of paper, and found out that, you know, the biggest bunch of papers was talking about how proud people were about being part of the circuit, or proud that the circuit represents Bahrain and all of that, or Formula One. The second biggest, the second largest amount was people that were passionate, whether it is karting or F1 or drifting, or so I saw, okay, I've got pride, I've got passion, and this is truly, you know, what came from them. Obviously, we're a racetrack. We're surrounded by checkered flags, timing, all of that. And in management, you have to measure it. So we added performance. And I told HR, I told everyone, it starts with the 3 Ps, pride, passion, performance. If the person that's coming into the company doesn't have those 3 Ps, he won't fit in. Yeah. So that worked really well. And you feel it with the team. I mean, and it's easier for me to manage. I just do it with pride, do it with passion. The performance will come. And then this way it's easier not to be picky on why you didn't do this. You just say, was that pride? Was that passion? And then they just do it better.
Of course, with passion, sometimes you make mistakes or you could be better, but you learn from that as well.
Absolutely. And the other thing, when someone is passionate about something, I mean, and I feel bad for them, because they will stay. There is no 9 to 5 at the racetrack. If you're passionate about it, you're here, you're putting the hours and all that. And so you also have to take care of them, make sure that they're happy, you appreciate them. Working on a 4th P, not yet clear, but I want to do podiums. So you have pride, passion, performance, and podiums. And that's where you celebrate the 3 people, you know, and I'm not convinced. Not convinced. I am convinced. I just haven't figured it out yet. But it will come. It'll come one day.
Okay, it's going to come on Saturday afternoon.
For sure.
We're going to be on the podium.
For sure.
And I was just thinking to myself, there are many mechanics who will completely understand your philosophy, because there is no time limit. Some of them wouldn't leave if we didn't turn the lights off. They're very proud to represent their nation as well, with the drivers and all their team. They're passionate, we know that. They're looking for the performance and the podium on Saturday afternoon. It's perfect. We'll finish that off for you, the principles we're going to make it for by Saturday, and we're going to look forward to seeing you in the grandstand or up in the Rotax Club.
For sure.
We hope you come back if you have time.
For sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So parity is very, very good with the Rotax engine, and I would say the Rotax engine specifically, you pull them out of the box and they are all pretty much dead even.
Usually as an Australian, when you travel overseas, you're not going to get the same equipment as the Europeans just because they're a bit more known. Whereas Rotax, I don't feel that way. So you know when you arrive, it's just down to the driver and getting the kart set up right. You don't have to worry about if you've got a really good engine or not.
We want to have this competition as fair as possible to all the drivers. We checked top 3 and some random drivers. So everything that it's possible that they change or try to modify it, we will check.
The biggest payoff putting all the efforts to the topic parity is the closest racing you can ever see.
You've got to be pinpoint perfect everywhere. I think that's what's really cool about the event. You've got to be perfect and you've really got to nail it to be good up the front. To me, everyone's wearing the same helmet out there. There's no difference at all.
It really feels like it's just all on the driver for this race, and that's what's so special about it.
They all know that they are at the same level and they all have the same opportunity to win the Grand Finals.
From the start to the end, the closest grid, and it's not decided within the first 1/3 of a race, it will be decided in the last. And this makes us happy as Rotax that we have done our job in terms of parity.
at an event designed to make you equal. Because you are number one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, around the world, both on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel and on any one of the 47 terrestrial television stations across 92 countries that are covering this event live for the first time. The second half of finals day here at the Bahrain International Circuit is about to get underway. 4 races, 4 champions to decide. This circuit is quite simply one of the best in the world. If you're new to karting, if you're new to Bahrain, this is a lap of the Bahrain International Kart Circuit. So this is Bahrain International Karting Circuit. It's known as one of the best in the world. The drivers love it. Why? Let's find out. Giving you a guided tour of this 16-corner track. Across the start-finish line, turn 1 is fast, flat, and very, very spectacular. But that's about the only flat part of this circuit as we head into the first of 3 timing sectors. Sector number 1 is an absolute roller coaster of a ride. You've got to maintain rhythm. You've got to maintain the apexes, because if you don't, then you're offline for the first big overtaking opportunity up at turn number 5. Out of turn number 5 into the middle sector. Short, sharp, spectacular, and with turn number 8, the key overtaking point of the entire circuit. You can't run out too wide for track limits, and if you're too slow out of it, then you're slow on the run up to the top end of the circuit, sector number 3. The incredible corkscrew corner at the top end of the track. A good exit out of there means you're in prime position for the final set of 90-degree corners that may decide who wins this year's Rotax Grand Finals. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is why the drivers love this circuit, and that is why the Rotax Grand Finals has come back to Bahrain for a 3rd time. The first race this afternoon is Junior Rotax. Can we make history?
Jacob Ashcroft, the question was, can you make history? But I think you're only thinking about the racing.
I mean, I want to win the race, and to make history, that would be really good. But you've got to focus on the race. I think it could go anyway. It could be a scrappy race, or it could. I mean, I would like it to go how it went last year. Just to get a gaff and just float off into the distance.
Yeah, it's a nice track to go floating off into the distance, isn't it?
Yeah, the track's really good here. I mean, the toe around here is just absolutely massive, so I think it might be hard to get away, but you never know with Junior Rotax.
Of course, you're a tall junior, but I just want to say this is about teamwork, isn't it? Not only working together as a team, but also teamwork as in mechanic, driver, understanding each other, finding the setup, for the circuit, the conditions. It's really warm out here, but we've got a little bit of a breeze, so we've got a little bit of sand coming across. How proud are you guys? I mean, representing your nation, working together. Do you feel comfortable? Of course, we've got Aston there. There he is. He looks a bit nervous. You're not nervous, are you? No. How proud are you working together as a team? You've done a fantastic job.
Yeah, I'm really proud of our achievements this year, and I'm proud of Aston this week for helping out, and he's done a really good job.
And also, you have achieved so much. As I said in our interview, if anyone missed it, catch it on YouTube as well. Achieved so much, really, up until now. So, Jacob, enjoy the race and focus on driving. And, yeah, we know you can do it. Well done. Okay, a quick word with our Spanish. Oh, what happened? The grid boy was going to drive the go-kart.
I just asked him.
What happened? Oh, and of course he said yes. Was that fun? Did you have fun driving?
Yes.
Yeah, he had fun. Maybe you get a few tips off him, Jeremy. What do you reckon?
I think he knew.
Yeah? I don't think he can reach the pedals, though. He's so tiny. Wow, how cool was that? Now, Jeremy, not so good in qualifying, I guess, not having the luck, but you came through in the heats. So you think you can do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Always.
Yeah. Of course, Jeremy Reuters, all the way from Spain. Of course, this is a holiday, I guess, family holiday. Yeah, from Karting Campos. Dad's saying goodbye. Alrighty, and I'm just going to ask you, what do you think? The Mojo racing tyres, you think you've got enough to get through to the end?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. I thought so. You know how to manage it, don't you? Yeah.
Yes.
Alrighty. Thank you so much. Gracias. And good luck. Alrighty. So that's it for me. Back to Henry in the commentary.
Thank you very much, Jen. Miguel Quinones from the Philippines joins me once again in the commentary box. Miguel, I'll get your thoughts on this race in just a moment, but let's first take you through the starting lineup after we give you a little brief rundown of history. Estonia in 2003, Martin Omer was the first Grand Finals champion in 2003. Since then, Ben Salvatore from France, Kenneth Hildebrand from Estonia, Jorrit Peks from Belgium, Estonia again, Argentina, Ukyo Sasahara, 2009, 2011. Jacob Ashcroft, our pole man, is trying to become the first driver to win 2 in a row in junior. He starts alongside Rayan Gandor from Canada. Albie Friend and Nikita Lubimov, another former champion here in 2021. Nikita from Estonia on row 2. Alexei Bayerjon and Jeremy Roivers go from row 3. Tigan, the Tiger Sakano and Mahus Masinas on row 4. Masinas came second in Micromax 3 years ago. Nick Brakelch and Kai Clark round out your top 10. Row 6, P11, Harry Freeman and Max Sadursky. Denny Babacek, last year's Minimax champion, and Martin Soltis is next up. Antoine Grisel, Daniel Voinov on row 8. Vilmos Villasits, Leonardo Saravale, followed by Branislav Rentka and Valentino Manta. Albie Lapper and 2023 Minimax champion Rory Armstrong are up next. Then it's Cole Medeiros, Kevin Pollock, Owen Baroni, UAE's Nathan Kappen, Panustin Monkong, Amaru Adrianzen, Ben McLaughlin, and Christian Sajerson, Lenny Robbie Lodagash, William Stirrup Nielsen. The final 2 rows, Thomas Hart from New Zealand, Eason Tseng, Hamish Campbell, and last year's P4 driver Boaz Maximov in P36 on the grid. Miguel Quinones, the tension is mounting, isn't it?
It is. Since it is the finals, everyone has everything to lose. Everything has something to actually gain. And
you know, even the ones in the back, you know, for Boaz Maximov and Hamish Campbell, it's a bonus being here after, you know, some very bad luck during the rest of the heats. They've got nothing to lose. Ashcroft is nervous. Why is he nervous? Because he's watched the racing this morning. I did speak to Callum Bradshaw, senior Rotax driver, Team UK former champion. Last year, Bradshaw at the centre of an awful lot of controversy for Team UK. I was chatting to him and he went, Henry, after watching the race this morning, I actually don't think I'm the problem because Team UK have torn strips out of each other in every race so far. Can Ashcroft restore the pride? He carries the white rose for Gene Shiel, the late Gene Shiel from Jag Rotax. Jeremy Roivers is your pole man. Great Britain have 5, is your camera cut. Great Britain, 5 wins. Estonia, 4 wins in this class. And they both have drivers in the top 4. Into the tram lines, Ashcroft leads them away for the first of 18 laps into turn number 1. It's a great start by Albie Friend to move into second place. A few drivers in the middle of the pack there, just bumping and boring around. The top 3 are clear. Gandor trying to go around the outside of Friend. And, that's a Frenchman, Lenny Robilo-Lagache, or possibly Owen Baroni, getting turned around. Ashcroft leads down into turn number 8. 18 laps, Miguel. Ashcroft, if he starts defending now, it's going to be an awfully scrappy race. If he gets away, he can maybe control things and spread things out.
With Ashcroft, he knows that it's going to be a difficult race, especially since it is a long one. And he knows that this track is very highly dependent on slipstream. I've noticed that going down into roller coaster, the slipstream is really big in this track.
Yes, indeed. Alexei Bayerjon moves into second place here. Across the grass goes Rayan Gandor. I believe that's Gandor. It is Gandor, dropping down to 6th position. Now, here is another story. Jacob Ashcroft started karting with Mark Baines Motorsport. Mark Baines, when he was a bambino, did a lot of coaching with Jacob Ashcroft and helped him a lot early in his career. Mark Baines is currently working with Alexei Bayerjon and Team Canada. If there is one man that could possibly know how to unlock Jacob Ashcroft's defense, it might be Alexei Bayerjon, courtesy of Ashcroft's former team manager. And this is not, it's all friendly, it's just facts. Albie Friend and Jacob Ashcroft have raced wheel to wheel superbly for the last 3 years in Europe, in the UK, and around the world. This is a fascinating top 3 about to unfold. There's Branislav Rentka running a little bit wide at the top of the hill. Nikita Lyubimov forces one of the Canadian drivers very, very wide indeed. We've got a 3-car breakaway. Now this could be critical. If Friend and Bayerjon do not attack Ashcroft, Ashcroft can start to pull away. Roivers and Massinas are 4th and 5th. Ashcroft's defending though. This is going to slow the pack up, isn't it?
It will, especially since he knows that by defending, the pack will jump up. Maybe from, let's say, P1 all the way to P11, it might even end up all the way to P15. Any one mistake could drop you down to way, way back.
Well, yeah, indeed. Ashcroft Friend now takes the race lead. First lead change. Bayerjon patiently waits in 3rd. Yeah, Ashcroft may have had another, The fact is, Mark Baines worked with Jacob Ashcroft very early in his career. Semantics, the rest of it is. The story stands. Ashcroft into 4th. Mahinas. Kai Clark now joins the lead battle. So does Nikita Lyubimov. We've gone from 3 at the front to 5 at the front to 7 at the front. Side by side, Roivers and Bayerjon millimetres apart. Kai Clark now moves into TP4. Barrichello and Lubimov side by side. Barrichello concedes. Masinas is next. Rayan Gandor, P8. Tiger Takano, P9. Max Sadursky, P10. Brachello, Seravale, Babicek, Grisel, Freeman, Voinov, Romilo Lagash, Armstrong, Lapper and Manta. Your top 20. Lap 5 out of 10. Kai Clark has momentum. How important is momentum in karting? Clark has moved forward, moved forward, moved forward. If he catches Ashcroft and Friend, he has to try and go for a move straight away, doesn't he?
He does. With that in mind, especially since he started at the back, I believe?
Kai Clark started 10th.
So with that in mind, with going all the way to let's say P3, that is a remarkable maneuver already with just 6 laps. So in that mind, you can tell that Clark is biding his time, but at the same time being aggressive.
He's also, if he sits behind, he's got the momentum. If he sits behind Ashcroft and Friend, he loses that momentum.
Yeah.
Friend begins to defend side by side further back. Tiger Sakano in the white race suit, green and pink crash helmet. He picks up another position. Denny Babicek isn't far behind either. And and that was Sakano defending, and up over the back of Sakano. That was again, Sakano was braking very early. That's going to put a few nose cones out of joint for certain. There is the silver crash helmet of number 233, Daniel Voinov. That is an easy one to spot. That's a mum and dad design crash helmet. Mum and dad want to know where Daniel is at all times on circuit. So they just give him a chrome crash helmet. And even off circuit, that was, I think that was Gandor. Is it Gandor or Seravale going backwards? Barrichello has also slipped back to 9th. Here we go. Roivers running in 4th. Ashcroft's going to have to start to attack. Friend, we saw Friend back them up and defend in one of the earlier races, didn't we?
We did. With that in mind, Ashcroft...
Oh! Not quite, not quite. Oh, he took a chunk. That's going to cost him. Here comes Kai Clark. Clark into P2, Roivers 3rd, Ashcroft 4th. That was just a late move, and Ashcroft bailed out of it at the last minute, didn't he?
He did a bit. But I can tell he tried to go for a move, but he noticed that, I might have accidentally hit Friend if I keep going for it.
Smart is what you're saying from Ashcroft.
The late move smart.
Well, now Kai Clark. He's got that momentum up to P2. Through the roller coaster. He goes. Will Kai look to the inside? Yes, he will. Did. New leader, Kai Clark. New second place driver, Jacob Ashcroft. Friend down to P3. Dust up in the background. People are off at turn number 5. Someone's lost a nose cone. I think it's Hamish Campbell. Lubimov looms large. Nikita Lubimov has a 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 60th place finish. There's Campbell out of the race. In 4 grand finals, a win, a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 60th. Roivers going wide out of the corkscrew. He drops back. I don't think a 60th is on the cards. A 1st, a 2nd, and a 3rd might well be. He's currently in P3. Kai Clark heads the world. Officials look on intently. Lubimov going round the outside. What a move, Nikita Lubimov. Miguel, you were impressed by that.
That was really good.
He's going to try it again. He's still trying it. And no. Doesn't happen, and now he loses ground. Clark still leads. Oh, this is looking like it could get very, very tasty indeed. Up the hill, Sakano's involved. Babicek's over the curb. We've suddenly got, how many of them? 14 carts separated by 1.4 seconds. This is going to be either a race to remember for the right reasons or the wrong reasons. Roivers into the final chicane. Seravale is in front of him. Are you as nervous watching this as you would be in this, Miguel?
I'm much more speechless than I am right now. I can't even tell what is going on with this because there is a lot of chaos, but a lot of finesse from all of these drivers.
Roivers wide. Back into the second group. Now we've got a separation. 6 for the race lead. Clark Friend, Ashcroft, Massinas, Babicek, Sakano. Roivers sideways at the braking. And that's the 2:08 of Harry Freeman trying to get involved. Up the hill. Out of the race goes Vilmos Vilicic. He joins Hamish Campbell on the sideline. Rayan Gandor has dropped back to 33rd position. Clark, he's not being overtly defensive, but he is driving a little bit defensively, isn't he? Well, now he's being overtly defensive.
I mean, he's trying to bide his time, at the same time trying to play his cards right, especially he knows that Friend, Ashcroft, Babicek, they're all fast drivers. They're all willing to go for the dive, whatever it takes.
Multiple Grand Finals champions and podium finishers all lining up behind Kai Clark, who finished 12th as the youngest junior in the field a year ago. And Clark, now this is where Kai Clark has to learn and learn quickly. He is known as an aggressive driver. He has got himself into his fair share of controversy just through his driving style and refuse to lose attitude. That works well on occasion. Oh dear, oh that's Lubimov. Is that Lubimov 2-3-0? Lubimov's lost his nose cone. It's not going to be a second Grand Final win for Nikita Lubimov. I have to say, the officials deal with the track limits after the race. For those of you that want to comment on the track limits, that is one quick way to get yourself banned from the live chat, so stop it. We will simply close it down and you will spoil it for everybody. Just watch and enjoy. Clark, Ashcroft, Friend, Babicek, Roivers, Freeman, Machinas, Sakano. Then Lapper, Lubimov, Brkelch, Voinov, Grisel. Through to lap number 13. Oh, that was Roivers and that was Babicek off track. The British top three is now a British top four. Harry Freeman and Ashcroft and Friend side by side. Kai Clark still leads. 5 to go. It's kicking off behind them, but at the moment, it's not kicking off in the lead. Kyle Lawrence is down the pit lane. What have you got for us?
Well, Henry, as you shot down to me, I was going to talk about Ben McLaughlin, kart number 253, into the pits, missing the exhaust silencer. So a bit of contact, kart over the back, removing the exhaust silencer. But in breaking news, kart number 230, that's Luminov in, missing his front nose cone. I saw you picked it up on track, but he is now in the pits and over the scale. That is Nikita Luminov's final coming to an end.
And there's more problems back in the chasing pack. Somebody else losing an exhaust, and we're about to see the 244 of Nick Brkelch pit with an exhaust problem. Clark is holding them off. Friend, Ashcroft and Freeman. This is gonna go down the wire. Babicek runs in 5th. Kart's running very wide coming out of the corner at turn number 5. Behind Babicek and Roivers as the British drivers go 3 wide for the race lead. It's still Clark. Ashcroft now 2nd. Look at Denny Babicek round the outside of the corkscrew. 4 to go. This is where Kai Clark has to make his kart very, very wide, isn't it, Miguel?
It would, especially since now he knows that it's the last 3 laps, I believe.
Yep, we're starting lap 15. He sees Ashcroft behind him. He now knows the #1 junior Rotax driver in the world is sitting about 2 millimeters off his rear bumper. Babicek is going to try and throw the kitchen sink at this round the outside. Wheel to wheel for 3rd. Friend up to P2. Ashcroft back to 3rd. Jacob Ashcroft. 3 laps to make history. He said it wasn't going to be easy. It hasn't been easy, but it is not beyond the realms of possibility. Smart again from Ashcroft. He lets them go. Friend to the inside. Clark still defending. Albie Friend's gonna get a monstrous run. Oh, they touch Friend into the dust. It was the wrong angle. It was just a funny angle, Tyrone. And their Friend is in the dust and out of contention. Clark, Babicek, Freeman, Ashcroft.
A lot of tension going down there for Team UK.
Indeed, indeed. Massinas now 5th. We're down to 3 at the front. Clark, Babicek, Freeman, Ashcroft in 4th. Here's Jeremy Roivers. P9 for Roivers. That was the camera taking a curb at the wrong angle. Oh, and it's kicking up on, I think, Ashcroft's goose might be cooked. He shakes his head, looks over. Kai Clark defends. Here comes Denny Babicek. Here
Round the
comes.
outside and
Babicek. Freeman now leads. Freeman now leads. Babicek sideways. He saves it. He absolutely saves it.
That it takes a lot of skill and dedication to keep on the go-kart straight as possible, especially that.
Harry Freeman has the race lead for Team UK. Kai Clark runs 2nd. Mahus Massinas now 3rd. Ashcroft to the inside of Babicek. We're going to get the 1 lap to go board now, Miguel Quinones.
A lot of tension going here, especially now it's the last lap. Anything can happen. Anything can go in every corner.
Tygan Sakano has lost his nose cone. 1 lap to go. It's Harry Freeman versus Kai Clark. Kai Clark has a special motif on the back of his crash helmet. It was painted by Stefan de Resta, the younger brother of ex-Formula 1 driver Paul de Resta. It's of Kai Clark driving under the bridge at Paul Fletcher International. 2 years ago, Kai's great-grandfather passed away during a race meeting by the bridge. He needs to summon every bit of strength now of his great-grandfather to win this one and take it from Harry Freeman, who has driven with such maturity, such poise. Oh no, 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 we've done it again. Marius Massinas is going to take it for Lithuania. Massinas for Lithuania. They do it again. What a result. Massinas takes Lithuania's 2nd Grand Finals win. Their 2nd since 2013. Harry Freeman was 2 corners away. He was 2 corners away. And Clark went for the move that was not on. Massinas, Babicek, and Ashcroft. Jacob Ashcroft, still nobody has repeated in junior Rotax. Boaz Maximov started 36th and last and finishes 4th.
Not bad. That's amazing, to be honest.
That's the drive of the day so far. Albie Lapper started 21st and finishes 5th. Then it is Jeremy Roivers and Albie Lapper. I know Albie Lapper's granddad has some health issues, and you know your grandson Albie has just finished 5th in the world, and I really hope that is a big boost as we head into the holiday season. Roivers 6th, Rory Armstrong 7th, 8th Branislav Renka, Bayerjon 9th, Sakano 10th, Robbie Lola-Gash, Tommy Hart from 33rd to Wigan. There is Paul Klassen. There is Mahus Masinas. Babicek shakes his hand. At the moment, Lithuania. Now, is there a nose cone? Masinas has a nose cone penalty. Masinas has a nose cone penalty. That puts Denny Babicek on the top of the podium. Does Babicek have a note? He's being rushed through there. They need to get him into the weigh scale early. That moves Ashcroft to P2. It moves Boas Maximov onto the podium from last on the grid.
The amount of level for all of these drivers, the amount of respect that some of them have.
Oh, there's Teresa Babichkova. 2 wins, 2 years, 2 classes. That's Denny Babicek's oldest sister. There's Marvelous Marv. Marvelous Marv is the team mechanic and strategist for the Babichkovas. That looks like a win. That is a driver that's about to go and celebrate in front of... Oh. There's Denny. Do you know what? He is an expert on national flags. He's an expert on World War II history. Now, Masinas may not have a nose cone. Let's see. Let's see. Have we got controversy? Our camera up on the ground thought he saw Masinas' nose in. Now we're seeing that maybe it isn't in. Technical Commissioner Paul Klassen watching like a hawk. Have Lithuania just done it again? Denny Babicek looked like he might have been feeling unwell and needed to go and have a quiet 5 minutes. It can happen, can't it, when the adrenaline subsides?
A lot of drivers have those kinds of things.
Well, let's have a look. There are some of those who didn't make it. Let's have a look at the highlights of another crazy race. Ashcroft led from the start. Friend second. Now, Gandor in third for Team Canada would eventually fade back. Good start from Alexei Bayerjon. That was Antoine Grissel getting there. He actually recovered to finish fourth. Sorry, it was Owen Baroni who recovered to finish fifth. We did think we might have a breakaway at one point, didn't we?
We did, but anything can happen in the race.
It did. Callum Bradshaw is right. Callum was never the problem for Team UK. It's Albie Friend leads second for Ashcroft at this point. Kai Clark drove so well for 9/10 of that race. Ashcroft, that was sort of Ashcroft, not the demise of Ashcroft, that's not fair, but that was one move that didn't work. And then when Kai Clark got into the lead, he set his stall out, and again, a magnificent drive. For most of the race, Lubimov was second. Further back, Roivers over the curb. That would not be the only time he did that. The second time he did that, our camera decided that it hadn't had enough. It's all right, Jeremy, we're not going to bill you for it. Then there was a group of 7. Now watch this with Albie Friend. This wasn't the moment that Friend got turned around. Over the curb, into the barriers. That, I think, was Vilmos Vilicic, was it? Kai Clark having to defend. Friend, Ashcroft. There's Harry Freeman coming into frame for the first time. The pink and purple crash helmet. Denny Babicek at this point was fourth. A little bit of hip and shuffle, but Ashcroft, and that was Clark coming across. Friend was there. There is Babicek trying to go round the outside. Hadn't got Kai Clark cleared, and that was, well, as I'm a fan of Kai Clark, that was his fault, and I will say it live, and, because it was. The move wasn't on, but there we go. That is karting, that is life. These are still teenagers. Branislav Rentke's kart. Branislav Renka comes across. There's Martin Soltis, finished down the order. Kyle Lawrence has somebody down in the pits, and maybe we can find out what the deal is at the end of this race. Kyle, take it away.
Marios Mazanas, I'm standing here with him, Henry, the eventual winner over the line, the first junior max to cross the line in the Rotax Grand Finals 2025. Marios, down in 8th position for the start. You were inside the top 4, the top 5 when all the fighting started. A lot of moving, shaking, a bit of a mess. You can't say gifted because you put yourself in the right place at the right time so to take away that win. Just talk me through that last couple of laps in that final.
So there was a lot of things going on. I tried to drive safe, not crash. I knew that there's going to be a big fight, so I just tried to stay in my positions and don't lose positions. So everyone was closing and I had a big gap. So I could drive fast, and I did a good switchback when I overtook 3 guys in one corner. And then I was 3rd, and first 2 guys crashed, and that was 1st.
It was very much a race of attrition. You looked to stay safe and stay out of all the drama and all the fighting, and that seemed to work out for you to take the win. You've got to be ecstatic. There must be so many people in your mind that you want to just say thank you to for getting you to this point and allowing you to take that victory here in the final.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to my dad. Even he was not here, but he was supporting me. And I want to say thanks to my mechanic and all my family who supported me.
Well, fantastic. I'm sure you've got lots to celebrate, and you want to celebrate with your people. You've got to get through the park for May and that beforehand. But a great drive from you, keeping it safe and staying out of trouble. Major Mazinaz, our grand final winner in the junior match class here in Bahrain at the grand finals.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Miguel, it's been a pleasure having you up in the commentary box with me all week. What have you made of it, and what's the future got in store for karting in the Philippines?
Sorry?
What has the future got in store for karting in the Philippines, and what have you made of your time up here? Have you enjoyed yourself commentating?
I mean, I enjoy it here. In terms of the future, in terms of your question, we recently gotten Minimax already in the karting zone in Philippines.
Brilliant.
So now we might actually now get more karters to go here into the World Finals.
Starting from a younger age as well in Rotax, which means they'll be better prepared, and they'll be when they get to the Grand Finals. Well, to all the Philippine fans who have been on the live chat, please, thank you. We appreciate that. And we appreciate you being here, Miguel Quinones. And we'll see the Philippines back here stronger than ever. All the best. We look at the grandstand filling up. 3 races to go. Senior Rotax up next. As we look at now, Philippines is part of the Asia region in Rotax, and the first tickets for next year's Grand Finals are available next month in January in Macau. Want to find out? Let's show you. Well, that's how you win the first ticket to the 2026 Rotax Grand Finals. I am joined by a driver who has already secured a top 6 finish today, Ellis Pietza. E20, the electric Renegade, well done. Good race.
Yeah, I mean, coming from 17th was not easy, that's for sure.
Yep, we saw it. It was an action-packed race.
It was a good one, though. I had a ton of fun. You know, can't thank Can-Am enough for putting their faith in me to go out there and perform. And I think considering the chaotic weekend that we've had so far, pretty good results. So I'm pretty happy with it.
Indeed. You mentioned Can-Am. You are a Can-Am ambassador. Can-Am is one of the the brands of Rotax. We're going to go to Jed Wade very shortly, but very quickly explain a little bit about your role with Can-Am and what Can-Am has to offer.
Yeah, so I'm an ambassador for Can-Am's two-wheel program. That's with the Can-Am Pulse and Can-Am Origin. Those are electric-powered motorcycles. I have the Pulse, that's their naked bike, and then the Origin is more of an adventure-style chassis, but it's the same motor that's in the E20. Little 47 horsepower liquid-cooled electric motor that I had a lot of fun driving at the start of my career, and now have a lot of fun on the road on that motorcycle. Yes,
I've seen you around the paddock, dressed like Evel Knievel, if I might say.
Just a little bit.
Just
no jumps on the bike yet, though.
No jumps on the bike yet. Your second Grand Finals, compare it to the first. Competition level higher in E20?
Yeah, I mean, the strength of field is incredible. It's the best of the best here. You know, to be the worst person here, you already have to be the best of the best. And so incredible to be able to, you know, after not karting for 4 years, get put on a world championship grid and be able to be competitive and have some fun out there.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, when you say to be the worst here is 72nd, that means, but you are one of 72 champions. You have to be a champion of your own country to come here to start with, and that is the beauty of Rotax racing. It's a global audience, you know, we put on a global product. It's karting at its fiercest, I think that's what we should say.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, you know, cream of the crop. Absolute animals out there, and they are the best at what they do.
Well, 3 races to go, 3 sets of karting wildlife to come up. The first of them are the superstars of senior Rotax.
Matthew Higgins, you started every heat from P36. I think you've overtaken more people than anyone else, probably. Do you think it's possible to overtake another 13?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, got a bit of a nosebleed being this high up, to be honest. So, yeah, fingers crossed, keep that under control and, yeah, see what we can do.
Of course, I suppose you've been watching the racing, so you're feeling quite relaxed and positive and going to work together with Team UK?
Probably a bit optimistic, to be fair. But no, yeah, obviously the race has been carnage. That's kind of what we expect coming to the Grand Finals. But yeah, should be good fun.
It's going to be fun. I'm going to talk to the guy behind you and just see if he's going to follow you through. So let's see how far he can go. Thanks, Matt. See you there. Alrighty, let's move back a little. Toby, here's Toby. You guys are having a nice chat under here. Now, Toby, your brother didn't make it. Toby Gale, we're on P16, right behind Matt Higgins. Your brother didn't make it, but you did, flying the flag for Thailand, Team Thailand, and also for your family honour. But I just got one question. Do you think you can follow him through to the front? Is that the plan?
For sure, you know, Matthew is a very skilled driver. You know he's going to be up there, and hopefully we can make our way up there and we'll see how it goes.
Of course, we saw you at the front. You've been there in the last few days, so you know what it's like. You know the pace and you know you've got it.
Yes, definitely. It's just there's a lot of defending, you know, so overtaking is hard, but you need to create the opportunity, and hopefully, you know, we can do that. Matthew can help us out and the final goes well.
Okay, no pressure on you as the representative of the family?
Yeah, there's pressure there for sure, but just keep composure and should go well.
And hi to everyone at home in Thailand.
Hello.
Okay, I'll let you guys get back to the chat and we'll go off the grid, hand it back to Henry, and of course hear who else is on the grid. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. This is Rotax's original class, the only class that has been ever present since the inaugural running of this event in 2000. South Africa won the first 4 senior Rotax titles. Since then, they've only won 1 more, and the United Kingdom have taken over with 8 senior wins in total. The Netherlands have 3. Nobody else has more than 1. Nations who also won this, Belgium back last year with Vic Stevens, Ireland with Charlie Eastwood, Russia with Denis Mavlanov, Italy with Alex Irlando, France with, and I'll just check the year, France won back in 2004, San Galeb. Finland, Axel Sanyala in the closest ever Rotax Grand Finals finish. And Spain, 2014, Carlos Gil. The other nation, Andrej Petrovic, here 2 years ago for Slovenia. The USA aren't on the winners list in senior. In fact, the USA have 1 second and 1 third place finish in seniors. That belonged to Lucas Selican, P2, Portimao, and Oliver Askew, 2013 in New Orleans. On that day, the winner was Oliver Hodgson. He was racing for Great Britain that day. He now races for Team USA. What do you think about America's chances in this one? Hodgson has had some bad luck, and yet he starts 21st. Considering that Boaz Maximov has just come through from 36th of the grid to finish 4th, Hodgson, you can't count him out, can you?
No, I mean, absolutely. He has so much experience. I mean, I remember when I first started karting, I mean, the first little bits of the culture that I was intaking was all, you know, the British stuff, say PFI, all that. And he was up there. So he knows how they race, and he knows how they race at the front. So I think if he can stay out of trouble, keep that bumper in, and keep at it, he's going to be up in that fight for sure.
Okay, well, let's take you through the full 36 kart starting lineup. Pole position for Team UK, Lewis Goff. Outside of the front row, Sean Butcher. On row number 2, Canada's Aidan Ingrata and the third British driver, Cian Geraghty. Tom Strella and the silent assassin, Harry Bartle, on row number 3. The Netherlands, Tish van Wyk, and Slovakia's Martin Lichner are on row 4. Tom Langlois from France and Macaulay Bishop on row number 5. Lucas Schlegel for Austria and Mehdi Lesue from France on row 6. Christos Oikonomou and Matthew Higgins, the terror from Trafalgar, the Welshman, on row 40, on grid 14. Joshua Graham and Toby Gale on row number 15. There, row 8. Row 9, Sebastian Koch from Germany, Mateo Radenkovic from Belgium, Nolan Lamore, and Canada's Ryan Maxwell. There's Team USA's Oliver Hodgson on the left-hand side of your screen, alongside Devian Royst from the Netherlands. Cas Boschus and Nick Trobech are on row 12. Tomoki Terashima and Matthias Kjellerup are next. Xavier Suarez made it in for Chile, and Alvaro Jimenez, Akinori Kikuchi, and Fernando Paimre. That's your top 30. There is Teresa Babichkova and Mohamed Wali from South Africa, Ty Mahia and Victor Frost Bay. The final row, Pietro Valdo Ponce and Ryotaro Sakai from Japan. Well, pick a winner. It's impossible to pick a winner. Goff on the podium as a junior last year, P2. Butcher has been on the podium here in 2021. He was also 7th here in 2023. Bartle, Harry Bartle in kart 3, 4, 6. He was 3rd as a Minimax driver in 2022. Macaulay Bishop in kart 302. 2nd in 2019 as a Micromax driver, 3rd in 2023, and 2nd a year ago. There are champions and podium finishers up and down the field. The onboard camera will be with Tom Langlois, who yesterday pulled off the move of the day, expertly caught, might I add, by Alpha Live's Chris Simpson, going around the outside of two people through the roller coaster. Not a bad effort. Ellis?
Yeah, I mean, it's any outside move, I think, considering the strength of this field, it's going to take a lot of commitment to get out there. I'm interested to see if it kind of shakes out how Mini did, where it turned into a British championship for a few laps with a solid pack of them up front. But, you know, I think it's going to be a solid mix-up. It's going to be competitive. I don't think anyone's going to get that breakaway. As we've seen, it's really hard to break that toe here. So it's going to take a lot if they think that they're going to make it past that final chicane in the last lap, as we just saw in Junior.
21 laps. Now, your races in the E20s were, is it 10 or 12 laps?
I believe it's 10.
10. How do you think these drivers are going to cope with 21 laps in the burning heat?
I mean, I'd like to say I'd hope the lap count would calm them down, but that hasn't been the trend over the course of the day. So I think it depends how much that front pack breaks away. If it gives them the space to race, they're going to. But, I mean, we're about to find out, so let's see how they shake out.
Let's see how they shake out indeed. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Goff leads them to the line. Butcher trying to go high, wide and handsome. New leader, Sean Butcher. Now, can Butcher keep this seething pack of angry senior wasps at bay already? One of the Team UK drivers up on two wheels. That could have been Joshua Graham. Here they come. So far, well, half a lap in, so far so good. There's Hodgson on the outside. That's about as calm a first 5 corners as you're ever going to get in this event in the final, isn't it, Ellis?
Oh, yeah. I mean, considering we didn't have, you know, carts going everywhere off in the first few sectors,
wow.
It's
they wait till the
almost, yeah, I don't speak too soon. But, no, I think we're going to see if, you know, just because they share the same flag doesn't mean that they're going to be very friendly with each other out there.
No, that is a very succinct and prevalent point. Tom Langlois chasing Slovakia's number 3, 5, 6, Martin Lichner through turn number 1. It's Bishop, Goff offline, Garrity looks to the inside to take second position. Behind the top 3, it is Aidan Ingrata, Tom's Strella, 2 7th place finishes in this event for Strella. Bartel is next, followed by Lesue, Van Wyk, Bishop, Lichner, Langlois, Schlegel, Graham, Gale and Higgins. So Toby Gale has got ahead of Matt Higgins. He was hoping to follow Matt up through the field, and now he finds himself in front of the Welshman. Radenkovic, Koch, Boschius, Oikonomu, Lamori and the rest of the field, all 36 drivers still running. At the end of lap number 2, there's somebody that is one of the Dutch drivers, the number 303 of Cas Boschius, running a bit wide. Butcher trying to stretch it out.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Goff sort of bounce over that curb coming over the penultimate uphill, you know, part of that first sector, and that just chucked him offline just enough to open up the inside, and that's a sector you can't make those mistakes. It is completely flat out once you get through that first little dip in the compression, and any little wiggle like that is just going to be a wide open door when you're stacked up.
The progress of Teresa Babichkova from 31st up to 20th. Oh, there is Pietro Valto Pons out of the race. I think that may have been Paimre, the Estonian driver, also out. So they are the first casualties there at the end of the lap. New leader, Kian Garrity, kart number 355. Now, Garrity not as experienced at this event as Butcher, already seeing that maybe being a bit more defensive. Any driver that leads this race for the first time, you can understand there might be a little bit of nerves jangling, and you start to try and protect your lead, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, you never want too much too soon. So, and I think that comes in both defense and managing your pace, right? Trying to force that breakaway can get really tricky, and sort of just having to kind of let the race play out. If they're going to fight, they're going to fight. But if they aren't, then you are going to have your hands full until, you know, the next 17 laps go by.
Yeah, there's Macaulay Bishop. Well, there was someone going wide coming out of there. That might have been, wasn't Tom Langlois, who's there behind Tom Schreller. Bishop is just in front. Now, in terms of honest interviews yesterday, Bishop was involved in a contentious collision with his teammate Matt Higgins, going for the race lead up with the corkscrew. Bishop stood there and went, you know, that's how I race. Everyone knows how I race. I'm not going to back out. I'm going to go for the move if I see it. Everyone knows that. I'm not apologising for it. This is who I am. This is how I've got this far in my career. Honest. Blunt as a sledgehammer and brutally honest. Macaulay Bishop. Do you know what? I got more respect for Mohammed Vali and a very, very dented 362 Kart of Timer here. Oh no, Ryan Maxwell out of the race. You know, as a driver, you've got to respect somebody that tells you, look, if you leave half a gap, I am coming. I'm not going to surprise you. I'm telling you I'm doing it. You've got to respect that as a driver, don't you?
Oh, 100%. I mean, and I think, especially at this level, that tracks, they've all raced against each other. Even nationality to nationality, there's so many international events in the Rotax program that most of these guys up in the front, they know each other. They know how each other race. And so, you know, you have to play your cards right. Is it really worth trying to hang it out with someone that you know is going to go for that gap and potentially taking both of you guys out?
Yeah, indeed, you know. But then again, but that's what these drivers know each other, so you know how each other races, you know. You look at your rival, you study them, and you react accordingly.
Absolutely.
Driver psychology is so important. We're on lap 6 of 21. It's Garrity from Butcher, from Goff. Then it's Bishop, a UK top 4. Ingrata, Lasue, Langlois, Strel, Lickner, Van Wyk. Graham 12th behind Radenkovic, Higgins 13th, Bartle down to 14th, Schlegel, Gale, Hodgson 17th, Teresa Babichkova up 13 places to P18 with Trobec and Yatura Sakai rounding out your top 20. Now, at this point, Team UK, and you know, my next comments may age about as well as a glass of milk in the Bahraini desert. Team UK looking very good at the moment as Bishop takes third. You know, Garrity leads, Butcher second, Bishop and Goff. Mehdi Lasue, okay, and this is not that, obviously I'm from the UK, from Wales. I work with the British Championship, the Vera Tools British Kart Championship, Motorsport UK all year long. So I say this not in a negative way. If you are Mehdi Lasue, Aidan Ingrata and Tom Langlois, and you have been looking at how the British have driven into each other, how are you driving differently knowing that there's 4 British drivers leading this race?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's it kind of just turns into a bit of a roulette wheel. Is it, do you roll the dice that they're going to, you know, just wait it out and see if they start getting a little bit messy? Butcher looks super comfortable. He's not, you know, everyone else is kind of looking around. He's not looking back. He's tucking in when they go by, and I think I'm really liking the way that he's looking right now. He's super patient. So if I was, you know, one of those guys in the 5, 6, 7 spot, I think it's kind of just a waiting game at this point to see how much they shuffle around. And you're not going to rattle their cages, because when you look at some of the stuff over the pond in the UK of how they have to race to get here, it's going to be very hard to try and shake them and rattle them.
Oh yeah, you know, but it's one of those things. It's like a NASCAR race at Daytona or Talladega, where you have a big, you know, slipstream 30-car slipstream pack. Sometimes drivers sit at the back of the pack and wait for the wreck to happen. And then it's sod's law that the time you do that, the leaders actually behave themselves. And there we go. Goff. And Goff and Mehdi Lasue. -1 Frenchman, -1 Englishman. Yeah, sometimes sitting back works, sometimes, you know, they don't. Well, just see what happens. Where's Ingrata gone? Ingrata is now 4th. You know, sigh of relief. So Mehdi Lasue was thinking to himself, right, they're going to behave themselves, I got to make a move, and then he was the actual one that was caused the issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tricky. It's I think it's still a little bit early in the race. If a move's that risky, that's the outcome. As you can see a little bit of shuffling around here.
Yep, Bishop to the inside of Garrity.
Playing a few games.
And Bishop makes the move. Kian Garrity, smart.
Yep.
Knew Bishop was the inside, gave him room. What, you know, because Bishop wasn't going to yield. I like what you say about Sean Butcher. There's the first time he's looked over his shoulder. Now he signals, okay, let's go. He's got Langlois and Ingrata. Then a big gap back to Lichner, Strella, Van Wyk, Radenkovic, and Matthew Higgins, rounding out the top 10. Graham, Bartle, Hodgson, and Babichkova are next. Mehdi Lasoué has pitted to retire. And that adds the list of Ryan Maxwell, Mohamed Vali, Pietro Pons, and Fernando Paimre are the ones out of the race. 31 still running. And this now is Butcher. Butcher senses the danger, doesn't he? He was comfortable when Kian Garrity was leading. He's not as comfortable now Bishop is leading, is he?
Yeah, I mean, it's again, it's all games, right? Like you have to decide. Bishop wants to go, then he feels he's got the pace to either pull away or control the field. Those guys back there, if they wanna sit there, then they can sort of relax a little bit, not use as much tire, but with that, with that toe down the straight, kind of keep in touch. So if we see Butcher start getting a little more defensive and a little more aggressive with keeping his spot, it could potentially roast the tire or even lose touch with Bishop, because that gap is almost pulled out to a half a second.
Yeah, Butcher sees Bishop as the danger man. He had to go. He's got 10 laps. He's not going to panic, but he wants to be leading the charge. Garrity, you saw Garrity tap the side of his crash helmet as if to say, no, let's be sensible. And then he passes Butcher to give Bishop an even bigger lead. Maybe Garrity doesn't think the Butcher is quick enough. Langlois and Ingrata are sitting and waiting. Here comes Langlois, our camera cart to the inside of Butcher. Butcher closes the door.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, it's kind of a gamble of how long do you wait for them to see if they have the pace to keep up. Is it, one lap? Is it a lap and a half? You see a move right there. Clearly, they feel that Butcher just isn't quite quick enough, but as they battle, I mean, it's going to take a lot for a couple more cars to catch up, but it's one of those that if they do, this is going to kick off in quite a way when we get towards the lap 20 mark.
Yeah, big races have a habit of ebbing and flowing. 3 weeks ago at Supernats Las Vegas, Gus Lawrence was the Pro X30 winner. There is a shot captured by kart chaser cameraman Jerry Fandre showing on lap 3 the long front straightaway. The leaders were at the end of the front straightaway going into turn number 1. Gus Lawrence hadn't even come out of the final corner yet. That was lap, and he ends up winning. So these races, you don't panic. You don't press the red button and go for broke just yet. Nick Trobech is motoring up to 15th position. It's not going to be a win for Slovenia, but he's having a good go. Martin Lichner, 6th for Slovakia. He's just about coming up to the back of Aiden Ingrata. Now, then we have Radenkovic, Strella, Higgins to 9th, Gale. Toby Gale back behind Matthew Higgins. They are heading towards the front. Butcher back to the inside of Langlois for P3. Bishop's got a lead of 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, I think we're just getting out of that toe range down the straight, which if Bishop has the pace to break it, he definitely has the pace to run without it.
Look at that. That was really, really good. Langlois says go forward, and you saw Butcher nod. So, this comment could age as well as milk in the desert, but I don't think we're going to see Langlois make a move on Butcher. I think we're going to see Butcher and Langlois work together, because we're about to start lap number 15 out of 21. Time is beginning to tick away.
Yeah, I mean, I think Butcher made it very clear he wants that P3 spot. He wants that track position because he knows that when they do catch up to that front pack, they can make it happen. He needs to be in that prime spot to take advantage. And if a little bit of pushing, a little bit of bump drafting, I think they might be able to just make it happen.
I mean, yeah, 0.8 of a second for Macaulay Bishop. Bishop doesn't have the fastest lap of the race, or does he? 53.55. No, Higgins has got the fastest lap of the race. But Higgins just doesn't have track position. Now, Butcher, Garrity in second position. Macaulay Bishop, well, we can't say he is in a position at the moment where potentially the only person that can beat Macaulay Bishop is Macaulay Bishop. Now, he has to focus. He has finished second. He has finished third. He is this year's international trophy champion. He has won classes in championships in 5 different divisions in the British Kart Championship. He has won, more than any other driver in the modern era of the Motorsport UK British Championship. He began his career as a privateer. He has always raced, I would say, not with a chip on his shoulder. That is not correct. He knows he is an army of one. His younger brother Mason is his mechanic. His dad Ian is also a mechanic for him. He's not here in karting to make friends. He is here to win with what little budget he has, getting support from the likes of Dan Holland, and Dan Holland Racing have done wonders for this young man. The same with Paul Munn and Dan Parker as well, back in Macaulay's Bambino days. He's not won this yet by a long shot, but he is a driver. If you want to look and think, how do I succeed in karting with talent but no budget, look at Macaulay Bishop. Yes, he has to drive a certain way. Yes, he makes no bones about it. Is he the most polished media performer? No, he is real. He is as real as it gets, is Macaulay Bishop. I have never seen a driver with as much hunger to win not just every race but every corner as Macaulay Bishop. Has it endeared him to everybody? No. Does he care? Not really. He is here to do what he can and become a champion, and he is now 3 laps away. He's 3 laps away with a 1-second lead over Cian Geraghty, Sean Butcher, Tom Langlois, Martin Lichner and Aidan Ingrata.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Butcher's given up on getting in touch with those top 2, getting in that defensive mode now, which, I think the only shot that they even would have remotely had is if Bishop had a little bit less pace and then they get by Geraghty without much of a fight, which clearly Butcher's saying that's not going to happen. I want to be on that podium. We need to make it a UK 1-2-3.
Yep. I think, Sean Butcher has realised it is not today. At Le Mans this year, Sean Butcher put in the best series of drives I've ever seen from an individual after having an issue in qualifying. He qualified 110th, I think it was, and he did briefly lead the pre-final. He was majestic and he was magnificent. He's been carrying himself with an air of just not arrogance, not even confidence, but just someone who's comfortable in their own skin, that knows they're driving well. I think Sean has realised, look, today my kart, the package I've got is best for third. And he is not going to try, third is it. Langlois is going to try and make sure he doesn't finish third by trying to go around the outside. Butcher shows him the curbs. Lichner up into 4th place. Ingrat is 5th. Closing in on them is Matthew Higgins. Higgins and Radenkovic. Then it's Gale and Bartle and Teresa Babic-Kova up 20 places. This is the battle pack. It's for the final step on the podium. And this is getting lively. Now Langlois defends. That's key for Butcher, isn't it?
Yeah, look at that gap. Immediately, you can see by being able to take that line to turn 1, he is gone, and it has absolutely stacked up, which, ironically, the hardest fighting being just for the 4th position, not even the last spot on the podium, not even for the win, but they are absolutely killing it out there.
Yes, indeed. I know there are people that are thinking that I am over-egging the pudding on Macaulay Bishop. I'm not. I am merely telling facts and a story, like I know stories about nearly every single one of these fantastic young men and women who qualify for the Grand Finals. They all have a story to tell. It just so happens that Macaulay Bishop has put himself in a position to allow me to tell his story. The fans watch on. It's a British 1-2-3, and there is daylight between them all. Macaulay Bishop from Hoddesdon in Hertfordshire, a stone throw away from the Rye House kart circuit that Lewis Hamilton began his karting career. He has come an awfully long way from those days in the Bambino Kart Championship, as a privateer in the British Championship, as a multiple British champion. Macaulay Bishop is now unequivocally, undeniably a Grand Finals champion for Team UK, and it is a clean sweep with Cian Geraghty and Sean Butcher completing the podium. Langlois, fourth. Higgins, last in qualifying to fifth in the main event. Aidan Ingrata is sixth. Seventh for Toby Gale and Thailand. Lichner, Bartel, and a top 10 for Teresa Babichkova. And what about Oliver Hodgson, Ellis?
Yeah, I mean, making up all the way to P11, I mean, incredible drive. He's a little bit of an undercover in that American suit, but I mean, if you know anything about him, you know that that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to move up the field, be smart about it, and I think we just saw exactly what we said they couldn't let happen, which is let a Brit out in the front and let him run away with it, and there you go.
You know, it didn't happen by people tripping over each other. I think just, you know, it was a very respectful, clean race. You know, there was a lot of people expecting that to be fireworks, and you know, it wasn't. You know, I have to say it was an excellent race, but again, respectful. Looking at the you know, 31 finishers, yeah, we had the collision between Lasue and Goff. We had a collision between Maxwell and Varley, and between Valdo Pons and Paimre. As we look down the order, let's pick up some names. Goff eventually finishes 13th from pole. Trobech from 24th to 14th. Excellent result. Tom Strella dropped back to 16th eventually. Ryotaro Sakai from Japan, 36th to 18th. Now, have a look at any of the names there that you think, Ellis, because I need to find where Ryotaro Sakai stood in the point standings at the end of the heat races.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Higgins get up about 9 spots up in the 5th, which pretty solid job for him. I think maybe we expected him to get a little bit higher. Maybe if we had a little bit more of that chaos in the front, he could have gotten into touch. I think for the guys that maybe were a little bit deeper in the field who had a shot at the win, it was just a little unlucky that they didn't end up tripping over each other, and it was relatively clean.
Yeah, 48th in points at the end of the heats for Ryotaro Sakai. He makes it up from 48th in points to 36th in points at the end of the pre-final, and then from 36th to 18th, there is Macaulay Bishop. He had a big hug with his younger brother, Mason. Who is his mechanic, and you know, that is he's thirsty. I'm not surprised. You know, and Mason, who you know, he struggles with certain things, you know, in school, but karting keeps Mason focused. He has learnt more skills in karting and about mechanicking and about life than any classroom can teach him, because Mason is just one of those kids. There's the pig. You know, and again, you know, there's the smile. He's as real as it gets, you know.
Absolutely. You know, it's, I mean, it doesn't matter what you've done. Winning on this stage is nothing compares. Like, this is the best of the best.
And it's Michael Houndschmidt, one of the fantastic filmmakers. Piers Pryor is there. Kyle Lawrence is waiting. And, yeah, Kyle Lawrence is about to get there. And, you know, yeah, it's... there's going to be emotions here, and there's going to be, you know, finally, Team UK put on a series of drives that does the memory of Gene Shiel, the late Gene Shiel, proud, and yeah, Jag Rotax on top of the world justifiably. Kyle Lawrence, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Henry. I'm with the 3-time podium winner, Macaulay Bishop, but today in this Senior Max final. He has taken the victory over the start-finish line. Macaulay Bishop, you are the Senior Max Grand Final winner for 2025. Your smile says it all. Tell me about that race.
Yeah, I mean, obviously starting 10th on the outside. Yeah, no, it was always guaranteed to be a crash, wasn't there? But managed to slide my way through. Had a good start going to 7th or something, and then, yeah, just picked them off one by one. Mate, honestly, the pace we had was unbelievable. I knew as soon as I got out front, then, and I got a gap, it was game over. Obviously, I got a gap, and then, yeah, it just extended a bit every lap. Then I was obviously managing the tyres until the very end of the race, and crossed the line in P1.
Yeah, you say you got a gap. It started at 0.4, then 0.6, suddenly it was up to 1.2. You had that Kart dialed in to switch on towards the end of the race. It was an uncharacteristically quiet Senior Max race. We normally used to seeing a lot more racing action towards the end of that race. But getting into the front early, talk me through the mindset of managing that pace, managing the tyres, and keeping that gap either growing or stabilizing.
I mean, from the start of the week, we knew that we had amazing pace. That's why I was a bit upset about qualifying. I mean, I really did mess it up and made my weekend a lot harder. But yeah, no. Also made a move for the lead, and yeah, I just kept calm, just putting consistent laps in, just hitting my markers everywhere. Yeah, hit my braking points, and yeah, just managing the tyres, not sliding too much and overheating them.
Yeah, well, that's been the theory throughout this weekend is to keep the slide down. You want to manage those tyres, stop the overheating, stop the carcass from getting too hot. But you've had a lot of people involved with your racing to get you to this point. It's a long season of racing to earn that ticket. It's an even longer week while you're here. I'm sure you have a lot of thanks to give.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Holland Racing, Dan especially, like the amount he's done for me, I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for him. So yeah, no, really thankful to him. My dad for obviously taking me here, paying for all the other stuff, and my brother for mechanicking me, and my mum for supporting me.
Fantastic. A long list of supporters there for Macaulay Bishop, one of them being Dan Holland from Dan Holland Racing. But he was able to get himself out into the front, build a gap. And for 2025, our Senior Max Grand Final winner is Macaulay Bishop.
Thank you very much. Alice, you have got social media channels. You have built a huge following, and, when it comes to being a media professional, you're one of the very best, in my opinion. That, like I said, that's as real and as raw as it gets, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that's, honestly, it's keep it real, Yep. We don't have to be super polished. Like, tell it how it is. Obviously, respect the fact that we're live. There's no post-production here. But no, that's, like, perfect. Just show the emotion. Don't be nonchalant. Like exactly how he did. Show that you enjoy it. Show that it's meaningful, because that's what people want to see, and that's how you get people excited for you to win.
Well, thank you very, very much indeed, Alice. We hope to see you back very soon. Please look up. Tell the people where they can find out more about you and your career, because it is a unique career that you are, the path that you're following, and also about Can-Am.
Yeah, I mean, so huge shout out to Can-Am for bringing me out here to Bahrain and trusting me out there to get a good name for them on track. And then, Elysium_racing on all social channels, from Instagram to Facebook to TikTok. That's where you can keep up. We're jumping race cars. We're driving in the dirt. We're driving at, grid life weekends with EDM festivals. So it's a good show.
I'm making really, really good Instagram reels about Daryl Smith from Rotax's birthday.
He's the only reason that I am even still going in motorsport career. That first weekend of DEKM in Kerpen, Germany, when 15-year-old Ellis lined up on the grid, absolutely scared out of his mind, but no idea what to do. Daryl is the only reason that we even came back to finish that championship and then finish out, the karting days to move into cars. So that reel is a thank you to Daryl. If you haven't seen it yet, please go watch it.
Oh, yes.
It is spreading like wildfire in the paddock. So
excellent. Thank you very much, Ellis Spiezza. Now, as we were watching Macaulay Bishop celebrate, we saw Mickey Houndschmidt, Michael Houndschmidt and Sebastian Funk. They make the Rotax films. At the end of every year, they review the event. It's my pleasure to always narrate and script and put my words to their incredible images. This is the review of 2023, the last time we were here. Enjoy. Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions. A rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life. And there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky. A roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It'd put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. Well, that is the work of Michael Houndschmidt and Sebastian Funk. Please go to the Rotax Karting YouTube channel, look at previous Grand Finals and their series of films they make every single year of this wonderful event. 2 races remain. DD2 Masters will be the first one. Tiffany Chittenden joins me in the commentary box. Before we head down to pre-race festivities, Tiffany and I had a bet, only pride at stake. I said there would be one race this week where there were no nose cone penalties. Tiffany, a multiple champion in karting and a member of one of Britain's most celebrated motorsport families, hello to Mike Chittenden, your dad, Tiffany said no, there would not be a race with no nose cone penalties. 2 races to go. I will concede defeat.
I mean, you might be lucky. Lucky would be the word.
There's luck, and then there's winning lotteries, and I ain't won no lottery, I tell you that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. And if anyone tells you anything, I don't forget, so...
No. I won't call her an elephant, but she's got a memory like one, you know. Never, racing drivers never forget. Pride was on the line, and my pride is severely dented. Here's the Masters. You have been in the top 10 in this category before, Tiff. We're going to see Rubens Barrichello. You can see the white baseball cap there, ex-Formula 1 driver in action. After the senior race, you know, this could potentially be another really, really good kart race.
Hopefully, I could probably say there's no British in it, so maybe, but no. If you've actually, to be fair, the Masters sometimes, you know, behave very much like the younger.
The competitive urge never dies. There's Luis Ugarte there in the hat with the back covering his neck, Mexican photographer. He's got a Team UK T-shirt on because the tradition at the Grand Finals of swapping clothing has gone not just from the drivers, but it's now the mechanics and the members of the media as well.
Yeah, it started early as well.
It started
on
early.
the way out, someone tried to get mine off yesterday.
It's
yeah, you're like, I still need it for 2 more days.
It does. It's what makes this event special, isn't it? Everyone wants to swap shirts. We're looking at the grandstand. You know, 2 races left to go. This one and then DD2 itself. Team New Zealand, Tiff. How has their day gone?
Well, Tommy Hart did great in the junior, so he moved up, I think, 21 spots. Was super unlucky in the pre-final.
Yep.
Wasn't really his fault. So yeah, I mean, it was carnage, and yeah, we're hoping it might probably be a top 10 as well. So yeah, and then we're very much pinning our hopes on Matt Kingsman in the DD2 Masters.
Yeah, Kinsman's going to start 8th in this one. Roger Young, will start back in 30 seconds. He was up here talking during the Micromax race. He said that, you know, next year, New Zealand Minimax returning, correct?
Yeah, we've actually got Micro and Minimax. So
Brilliant.
we'll be a full
complement of Kiwis
next year. So we're looking forward to that. We've obviously had I think we were 5th last year in Micromax with Nix and Cripps. So we did have a team, but just unfortunately not this year. But yeah, next year we're looking forward to a full squad.
What is the collective term for a group of Kiwis? Is it like a bowl of Kiwis, a punnet of Kiwis,
I don't know,
a hacker of Kiwis? There's Denmark, Yannick Nielsen. This is a mechanic. Yannick has, again, he says if he's on the podium, he's got to spray me with champagne. But here we go. The hugs are now being given. We're about to go DD2 Masters racing.
Zendaru on my right, of course, it's his first season in DD2 Masters, our DD2 champion from last year in Sano. And on my left, Nicolas Pico, one of his biggest rivals from the European racing this year. Nicolas, of course, has been many, many times to the Grand Finals. Zen, maybe his last race, I'm not sure. He keeps coming back. Nicolas is a driver that is not going to give up. Nicolas, do you think you have to go at the start, or you think you're going to wait till a bit later? What are you thinking?
The race is long, and the fight it is at the end, and it's the last race of the week.
That's it. So the fight's going to go to the end, and it's the last race, so he wants to have a good race to the end. Very good to hear. Congratulations, then, pole position. And, of course, Nicolas also. Well done. Fantastic to see these 2 guys on the front row. Back to you, Henry.
Thank you very much indeed, Jen. 36 drivers, minimum age 31. Several Grand Finals champions, including the defending champion, Nicolas Pico, and last year's DD2 champion, Zendaru. Here is your starting lineup. Zendaru and Nicolas Pico share row number 1. Row 2 is Yannick Nielsen and Kyrgyzstan's Dmitry Kofanov. Row 3, France's Charles Sagan and Brazil's Rubens Barrichello. Row 4, Germany's Alex Fielenbach and New Zealand's Matt kinsman. Row number 5, Argentina's Gabi Zogela and Brazil's João Cunha. Then it's Christoph Capitan and Michael Hitchcock, who works for the Sauber Formula 1 team. Martin Tankavicius and Pirit C from Estonia. Javier Campo in his 11th Grand Finals, and Peter Goitai for Slovakia. Noel Dowler and Kazuma Kimura share row number 9. The top 20 completed by Slawomir Moransky and Javier Gonzalez Alcant, Miguel Idro and Jonathan Morin on row number 11. Federico Moreno, Yari Koivisto on row number 12. The retiring Tony Hogg starts P25 alongside Jonathan Peterson. Pedro Martins and Wim Rouleau are next. Problems for Juan Camilo Duque, Christopher Mann. Then Sebastian Bernier, Roger Young, Fabrizio Paravini, Terry Hanley, and rounding out the field, Eki Nurm and Sung Hun Moon. They raced under the lights in their pre-final. Today they race under the blazing hot sunshine. Christoph Adams, the driver with more Grand Final appearances than anybody else, was the inaugural Masters champion. Then Dennis Croix, Jesus Perez Santander, Scott Campbell, Cristiano Magado with 4 wins. Mikko Lane from Finland, Lee Michner from Australia. New Zealand's Ryan Urban won in 2015. He beat Jim Ringelberg, who was one of Max Verstappen's fiercest rivals as a cadet. Troy Woolston from Australia has won. Roberto Pazewski, Morgan Marish, Christoph Kasparovich, Ben Cooper, and then last year, Nicola Pico. Zen Derua, undefeated, but was more comfortable, Tiff, in the heats than he was in the pre-final. However, the pre-final was at night. He was very, very good. He dominated during the day.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we didn't notice it too much in up here, but last night when I went to my car,
Yep.
it was complete. It was
Yes,
really
covered
dewy.
in dew.
Yeah, so I
Not
think
mountain dew, but just nature's dew.
yeah, the track was obviously a lot kind of
Greasier.
not damp, but greasier than
Yeah.
we thought, and the others, yeah, just fought hard. So what they don't want is Zendaru to get away. Is obviously these are his conditions.
Yeah, so, you know, does that mean that we're likely to see the likes of Pico and Nielsen attack Derua from the early stages? They then hope that Derua has to defend, which keeps the pack together, which allows them to, you know, maybe push Derua back not just a second, to third, to fourth. Is that...
You would have thought, although when Jen asked Nicholas Pico, he did say he was going to wait until the end, but I would watch in the heats. If Zendaru has the same pace, that's a risky.
It's all well and good waiting until lap 16, but if the lap 16, if the guy in front of you is 3 seconds up the road, then your goose is, well, if it's French, your goose is marinated and cajoled into some form of, you know, posh meal. I would say your goose is cooked. Well, Nicolas Pico, there's Yannick Nielsen. Yannick Nielsen has been very, very quick.
Yeah, this is his best starting position, I think,
Yep.
and on it first time on the
Yep.
inside, I think. So
At the Golden Trophy in Genk, Yannick Nielsen did tell me he was going to win this race.
Yeah.
He called it about 2 months ago. We'll see. Rubens
you
Barrick.
also called that there would be no.
Yes. But,
quite early.
Thank you. Yes, we were. Never let me forget
This
it.
may be your race.
This may be. This could be my race. We live in hope. Let's see. What about Rubens Barrichello? 4th in 2015, and then back in 29th with an accident 2 years ago. Lights are out. We are off and racing. It's a great start from Derua as we go through turn number 1. Slovenia breathe a sigh of relief. Pico 2nd, Nielsen 3rd. I think that's Charles Sagan up in the 4th place. Then it is Kopenov. Barrichello, a poor start for Rubens on a kart that Birrell have named after him. Down towards turn number 8, Sagan making a move and Nielsen going backwards.
I think Pico might have gone for the lead as well.
Round the outside, Slim Shady in Masters. Nicola Pico takes the lead. Now we'll see, Tip, does he start to defend? But look at the lead the top two have got.
Yeah, again, they're fighting. I think second to, 10th is one big pack.
Yeah.
And if they're not careful, the front two are going to get away.
Yeah, now,
Zenderu's back in the lead, yeah.
Yeah, Darua leads and defends. There's Sergan, Nielsen and Kopanov. Now they're tripping over each other. If Darua and Pico are now clever, Pico is...
that was quiet.
That could have been detrimental to the nose cone bracket on Pico's kart.
That could have won me my bet.
It could have, but I mean that was Zen defending very early. Pico demonstrative with his hands. Now Zen has to be careful. If Pico thinks he has a nose cone, he thinks his chances of winning are over, then he may try and manufacture a way for Zen not to win this as well. It's obviously impossible for us to, although Tiff is looking very, very closely.
Yeah, there's still air underneath it, so
visually it looks, oh no, is that Barrichello without a nose cone. There's a nose cone. I saw a driver with a Brazil race suit. It's either Barrichello or João Cunha who has lost their nose cone. Up at the front, Pico's backing them up. Pico is backing them up, and it is Rubens Barrichello. It will not be a podium for Barrichello on his own kart. The Brazilian ex-Formula 1 driver out of the race. France leads, Slovenia leads, Kyrgyzstan, Denmark, and then two more Frenchmen in Sergan, Capitan, before you get Tankavicius, Zugela, feeling back, Kinsman in the top 10. That nose cone looks a bit wobbly, and Pico is waving his hands quite a bit, looking over his shoulder. Yeah, he probably is upset that Zen, braked so early into turn 5, isn't he?
yeah, and if he does have a nose cone, it looks a lot lower now. So if you do have a nose cone, your only hope is you go 5 seconds down the road, and that's definitely not happening.
That's not happening. Oh, tyre smoke there. I think Darua knew what was going on. Now Pico signaling to his countryman. And Pico is exit stage left. Here comes Charles Sergan.
Oh, Pico, that was going to happen, yeah.
And that was Darua gone. And Kopanov as well. Pico, Darua, Kopanov out of contention. Who is left at the front? It's going to be Charles Sergan from France, Yannick Nielsen from Denmark, and up into third place, Capitan Tankavicius. Martinus Tankavicius, third a year ago, the very tall Lithuanian. End of game, Rubens Barrichello. We hope that he's back next year
I think the
to
pitch is
try
the
and
safest
qualify.
place to be right now.
Well, yeah, and of course, Barrichello's got to qualify just like everybody else. There have been other Formula 1 drivers that haven't got tickets. Rotax don't let them in because of their reputation. That is not the ethos of the event. You must earn your ticket. End of story. Now, Yannick Nielsen, second. He has shown more pace, I have to say. Oh, no! Nielsen in problems. Denmark's hearts have just been broken. Here's Matt Kingsman and Gabby Zugella. They're now moving into contention. It's on. It will not be a champagne podium with me and Yannick today. That is painful. Could you think, what was he looking at roughly? What is down at that part of the kart?
Well, it could be mainly with DD2s normally if you've lost gears.
Yep.
So the wire either breaks or comes out, or it could be anything though, although he would still be running, so electrical issue maybe.
Oh.
But yeah, it really was, I mean, with the Zenderu and Pico gone, it really was open for anybody.
Yeah, and Sergan and Capitan now, I mean, Nicola Pico, let's assume that.
Yeah.
Pico, there is Darua in the pit.
It's a shame and then I think an innocent party was taken out. Whoever's fault it was. I won't comment, but there was another person taken out in the.
I mean, well, this is what happened. I think Derua was on the brakes going into turn for number 5. Pico said thought it was too early. Pico then got a nose cone because Derua broke so early. Pico then realised, I'm not going to win, and I'm going to make sure as eggs that I don't want Derua to win.
Yeah.
When he saw the opportunity to make the move, he settled at the inside. Derua turned in, they collided. Poor old Kofanov on the outside, and it just so happened that 2 of Pico's countrymen were right behind them that were able to sail through into the lead. Although now Martinas Tankavicius has taken over top spot. Lithuania have already had a very good day with Mahos Masinas, although I have had word that Mahos Masinas earlier on had a nose cone penalty. We also had track limits penalty for our Minimax winner, Oliver Spencer. That's ongoing. Albert Farrow also track limits penalty going around the outside. So results do change afterwards. I just speak about the provisional lap time. Now Kinsman has the lead, but that nose cone also looks wobbly, doesn't it, Tiff?
Yeah, I think he's moved up to 3rd, but it does look yeah.
Yeah, well, Sagan.
But you just have to keep, you just have to keep pushing, and you never know who else is. And that's another one that looks quite low. So.
And that was Kofanov.
So much for the age.
Yeah. With age comes wisdom, and then there's karting.
Yeah.
Kofanov was the innocent party on the outside of the Pico Derua issue, and he has probably sustained damage. Michael Hitchcock for Switzerland now coming in to frame. There's Javier Campo as well. Campo 9th, Noel Dowler 10th, Jonathan Morin is 11th. We've got 32 karts still running. Barrichello, Derua, Alex Fielenbach and Yannick Nielsen out of the race. Nicola Pico is still running, albeit down in 19th position. Campo, João Cunha, Dowler, Morin, Pirit C in the Estonian blue and white race suit, being chased by Chile's Miguel Angel Hidro. I think Chile may have found themselves promoted to a podium at the moment. We will only find out during the podium presentation, rather you will only find out, the viewers, which of course is being broadcast live.
And Pico's done the fastest lap in P17.
Anger.
Yeah.
Anger is a great motivator, isn't it, Tiff? Tankavicius, look at the style of Tankavicius. Now, we'll get another couple of shots of this as we approach the halfway point. The traditional direct drive style, you hunch down behind the NASA panel, get your crash helmet as low as possible to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. In these karts, and especially because Tankavicius is a very tall driver, and it was started by the Japanese in this class, you lean back in your seat, lift your knees up, and you're almost like looking to the sky, aren't you?
Yeah,
Well, you're not, because you're short.
Yeah, I'm short, and
You've
I would
won
still
the bet,
duck
but you're
anyway.
still short.
I would want scientific proof that it is definitely faster, because it does not look cool in any way.
Let's see if he does it here. He, under the gantry, across the start finish line. We didn't see it then, but watch for Tankavicius. Over the roller coaster. He is closing in.
He is.
I mean, I would take a win over style points at any point in my career. Yeah,
I just want proof that it was faster.
Yeah. Well, we're about to see lap times. That'll give you your proof. Coming out of turn number 4. Speaking of lap times, there he is. There's the knees up.
Yep.
Knees up, Mother Brown.
I wouldn't be able to reach the pedals anymore. That would be my issue.
Yeah, you need extensions
It would be a good
anyway.
excuse for, sorry, wasn't on the brake pedal.
Yeah. Oh, whoops, yeah. But here we go. Tankavicius, 3rd last year. Lithuania. You know, Martinas he is heavily involved in the running of the Lithuanian Rotax Max Challenge and the Baltic Series, the Nordic Championship. He's not just a driver, he also works very hard for other competitors. So he is the figurehead of the Lithuanian team. 5-2-4, Sung-Hun Moon.
He's had a rough week.
He has had, it was a full moon yesterday, but Moon's cup of luck has been very empty indeed. Now, coming with Tankavicius is the all-black Matt the all-black race suit of Matt Kinsman. Capitan, Gabi Zugela. 5th, Hitchcock, Kofanov, Kuna, Campo, Morin, Piritsai, Idro, Kaimura, Pico, Dowler, Gutai, Moransky, Moreno, Duque, and Alcant. There's the move.
Yeah, and Matt Kingsman will just want to see this happening. His nose cone does look loose. I really hope it's not, but yeah,
Well,
he's got nothing to lose, I guess.
We've got, well, we're on lap 13 out of 21. Now, things can spread out a little bit. Kingsman is going to be hoping that Tankavicius and Sagan don't battle because, you know, he can still get a podium, Kingsman. We'll check the gap at the moment. Back to Christophe Capitan. The gap is, well, it's 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, still long.
He's got to create a long gap. There's Tankavicius again leaning back.
Yeah, and it's Kingsman obviously crossed the line in first 2 years ago here.
Yes.
But had a drop down, so.
Yeah. Could history
Bad
be about to
memories,
repeat itself? But of course, you know, if Sagan, rather, follows Tankavicius and you know, tries to push Tankavicius away, and let's not forget, Tankavicius ended the pre-final with a horribly disfigured rear bumper.
Yeah.
You know, so he's not had things all his own way.
He's done well, yeah.
DD2. Oh, there's a look at the inside from Sagan. Tankavicius skirts around the outside. This isn't good news for Matt Kingsman. It is good news for Capitan and Zugela. Kingsman's decided, no.
He's gone,
Yeah, he's got to go. Crossover. And there you go. That's made sure of it. That has made sure of it. Getting his front bumper caught between the rear bumper of there. Did you watch that CIK? You know, no need for any fairground attraction on the rear bumper there. No flips. We're all good. Bit of tyre smoke. Nice and spectacular. And we carry on.
Tankavicius pull away.
Yes, there we are. I mean, Sector 3 was just fast. I mean, we were looking there. There's Gabi Zugela passing Christophe Capitan. Zugela, well, there were tears aplenty from Zugela when he finished 3rd in 2015. He's a respected touring car driver in Argentina, runs his own touring car team, does Gabi Zugela, and yet another podium here, and he is on course when we will see more Latin American tears from the driver who, you know, likes to be called Zugela.
I'm pretty sure I made him cry in Valencia when I raced against him.
Yeah, that's because you drove into him, though.
Oh, that's what he thought, yeah.
That was 2014.
I'm joking. Yeah.
That was 2014. No, 2014, that was a top 10 year for you, wasn't it, Tiff?
Yeah, P6. I started P3rd, but it rained.
It did rain. I've still got a pair of socks that haven't quite dried out from that. Imagine it was your New Zealand teammate, the phrase was, it's very wet in the tint.
Very wet, yeah.
Very wet in the tint. Here we go. Here's the chaser battle. Well, Zugela, now Hitchcock behind him. So Switzerland have passed Christophe Capitan, João Cunha, and then Dimitri Kovanov, Campo, and there's Cunha. Well, we've lost one Brazilian. We've got another Brazilian now trying to make their way forward. We'll keep checking the gap between Kingsman and Zugela. Tankavicius is up the road. He made the move. It's going to be very I mean, look, Kingsman may have the faster carts, but the nose cone, that is the problem. Oh, through the haze, just a glimpse. That's probably through one of the banners. That's a gap in the fence for the...
And Pico's nearly back into the top 10.
Yes. I mean, that'll be a great recovery for Nicola Pico. You know, determination on his side.
Some post-race debates might.
Yeah, there might be a post-race issue that, you know, when the stewards discuss his top 10 finish with him, it might become a top 20 finish, who knows? But that is just mere speculation. But obviously he's got the nose cone penalty regardless of anything else. Now, Hitchcock, Michael Hitchcock. Let's have a look. This, right, born in the UK, has been based in Switzerland because he works for the Hinwil-based Kick Sauber Formula 1 team. He used to work for the McLaren Formula 1 team. He is looking at that 12th a year ago In 2022, he was excluded from the final, but 12th 1 year ago, Michael Hitchcock. And he was a key figure behind Alpha Live, our broadcast partners here, covering the Swiss Rotax Championship a couple of years ago, in which the world got to see a young Robin Raikkonen for the first time. There is Cunha at the inside of Kofanov, sending Kofanov to the Formula One track.
So Sagan's found some speed again. He's done his fastest lap of the race.
And another purple sector in the middle. I'm just wondering if Hitchcock can get into the podium. Maybe he'll find a way to get Alpha Live to cover the Swiss Rotax Challenge.
He might be. Oh no, he's probably technically in fourth.
Yeah,
I
at
guess,
the moment, technically in fourth, depending on Sagan. Fastest lap of the race again. Tiffany Chittenden was watching and her eyes did not deceive her. The gap's back down to half a second. Now, this is not nerves from Tankavicius, it's outright pace from the Frenchman, Charles Sagan, lap 19 out of 21. This is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th place. But at the top of your screen, here is Sagan, and there is the leader, and Kingsman in third, 2 seconds in front of Zugella and Hitchcock. Now try and see, Tim, can you see the setup potentially going away on Tankavicius' kart? They're going to get 2 laps to go next time round.
I think, you know, the Frenchman's just on a charge, and also when it does come to the last lap, you know, if he's remotely within a kart length and a half, you have to defend, and then that will, although it looks a little bit bigger this time, but you just can't risk not defending, and that does slow you down. So
Yeah. Of course, defend, you don't need to, you know, that's the worst enemy. So you might see Tankavicius start checking over his shoulder. But you talk about the experiences, there's an element of nerve that comes into this, you know. Tankavicius, I'm just looking there, 7th in 2022, 25th here 2 years ago, 3rd last year.
the more you do it, it builds up. You know, you want it so bad. This is his chance.
And you never know, it might be his last chance, because of course none of these, this is not a joke. No one's getting any younger.
Matt Kingsman has done the fastest lap by quite, so he's on a 53.1.
A 53.1, the gap between...
A little bit too late.
Yeah, final lap. So, Tankavicius, I think, has weathered the storm. He is going to come into turn number 5. Sagan, Kinsman, Zugella, Hitchcock and the rest are a long way back. Tiffany Chittenden, you have raced in this class. You have been the most successful female competitor in this class. The action goes on. Call Martin Tankavicius home.
So yeah, he's definitely got it, and he doesn't have to defend, which is the first time we've seen that in a while today. So I think he'd just be hoping that nothing's going to break down. You know, be careful. Don't do track limits when you don't have to, because we've seen that. And then, yeah, celebrate and enjoy it.
Which he has done. He has celebrated. He has enjoyed. He wins for Lithuania. Further back, the action continues. Goitai, Koivisto. There'll be plenty of stories, and the rest of the drivers, 31 of them, cross the line. Here come the rest. There is Tony Hogg. He finishes his final grand final in 28th position, ahead of Roger Young. Provisionally, Lithuania stand on the grand finals podium, the top step again. Charles Sagan, 2nd. Matt Kinsman, 3rd on the road. That may not be 3rd. We'll check about the nose cone penalty. And if so, that will promote Gabby Zugella into the top 3 for the 2nd time in his career. It will give Michael Hitchcock his best ever grand final result. João Cunha from Brazil, he was 3rd here 4 years ago. He finishes on the road 6th. Dmitry Kofanov, Christoph Kapitan, Nicola Pico, the reigning champion, 9th. Jonathan Morin for Sweden rounds out the top 10.
You have to feel for Zendaru.
Yes, yes. Let's go down. I mean, these are a lot of these. Some of the biggest characters in the world. Wim Rouleau, 27th. A driver that only started karting a handful of years ago. Christopher Mann, whose wife is a 5th grade teacher in Vancouver, Washington, who stopped her class yesterday so she could watch her husband race. He finishes 25th, just behind Terry Hanley. And the heart goes out to Brazil for Rubens Barrichello, to Slovenia for Zendarua, and to Denmark for Yannick Nielsen. And there's Wim Rouleau. Roger Young. How's it been having Roger as part?
Fun fact, in New Zealand you aren't allowed to take your hands off the steering wheel to
Exclude him now. Kick him out. Kick him out.
So hands and feet. You can tell he hasn't.
Yes, there we go. There's Jonathan Morin. Well, Jonathan will go and see his son Hannes Morin. Is it Hannes or his brother? I'm not quite sure. I think it's his son Hannes. He will go in the next race. There is Martinez Tankavicius looking down. Why is he not smiling?
He looks puffed. Yeah, I think he's good. Yeah,
he's good. He's
he's looking for people to celebrate with him.
He's just tired, and he's ripped his race suit. And he's he's looking around the back of the car.
I think, yeah.
Let's have a go. Let's have a look at the race highlights. He gets a celebration with Pinnock C. Here we go. Derua and Pico. Well, let's unpick the first couple of laps here, because
I think there were some nose cones before the start there. There was a
couple of people, yeah. And maybe that's what happened to Matt Kingsman.
Yeah.
Now, Pico trying to attack Derua early. Look at Yannick Nielsen getting forced wide. Capitan, that was the 5. That was Capitan over the curb. Now, look at Derua. Derua broke very early.
Which you're allowed to break.
You're allowed to.
Yeah.
Yep. Pico not happy. There's a spin in the background. Pull 360. Keep it pinned. Now, this is Derua going back, and Pico not happy. At this point, we think Pico may have had it. And Barrichello, 3rd time over the grass, over the curb. Now, Yannick Nielsen was there. So, Derua muscles his way back in front. That has upset Nicola Pico, who was already
the beginning and the end of Pico's temper.
Yeah, there was exit stage left for somebody. That was Alex Fielenbach. And as Fielenbach in the background went off, yes, Pico, he was to the inside. He wasn't going to give the corner 100%. The curb pitched him into Derua, which pitched him into Sagan. Now, Matt Kinsman on the move, but already Kinsman has got that nose cone issue. The sun is setting. The silhouettes are just pure artwork there on the screen. Sometimes the most colourful events in the world, such as this, look better in a sepia-toned black and white, beige colour. Tankavicius had the lead. He pulled away, and that was job done for Matt Kingsman. And so Matt Kingsman decides, well, I will, harass you and allow Martinez to get away. Kofanov in the wars. Zhao Kuna eventually finishing 6th, Kofanov 7th, and Tankavicius takes the win. And the YouTube chat for the Rotax Karting YouTube channel is a flood of yellow, red, and green.
And it will be good if we could, try and confirm some of those nose cones, but. It was a very interesting race, and it shows you that. Look, if you look at the heats, we will hopefully Zendaru doesn't get away, but it shows you that at the grand finals anything can change.
Fortunes ebb and flow. Javier Campo going through the screen there. Now there is Mr. Moreno. Javier Campo, his wife has been pushing his go-kart around all weekend, and everyone's been saying, Javier, why aren't you pushing your go-kart? And his wife's like, no, I want to push the kart. I want to do my job. I want to be in charge. Kyle Lawrence, the only winner who is going to be taller than you. Martinez Tankavicius.
Yeah, Henry, the only driver I can look at eye to eye this weekend, Martinez Tangavicius, you like to be known as Marty. P3 in Sarno, you had the pace to win it. It just didn't work out for you in the final. It looked like Zendaru and Nicolo Pico were going to fight it out for the front. They got into an incident, and it just left the path open for you to take the win here in Bahrain. Talk me through getting past into the lead and just maintaining that gap to take the win.
It's really hard to tell something. So sorry if what I'm saying is just a big mess. But I mean, starting from quali, I played safe just to be somewhere in front. I didn't want it to risk, you know, like some teammates for P1 and then ending up with cancelled laps. Quali was tough. Then a few days, I was just sitting on the toilet for every like half an hour. But finally yesterday I got back. The feeling was much better. Unfortunately yesterday, if you followed, I got DQ for my rear bumper because I had an accident and it was just flapping behind. Yeah, so I didn't had big expectations for this final, but on the other hand, Marius Mazinas in junior just proved that everything is possible, so I wanted to do better.
Yeah, so you're the second grand final winner from Lithuania. You're an absolute power drive to come from where you did. You had it easy the couple of the other races, other finals where you were in the front, in the top 5 all the time. This one you had to fight for. We saw your crowd screaming and shouting. We just lost them, but that must make it feel all that much better that you had to power through all these problems.
You know, our team is the best cheering team. I mean, if we would make the championship, they would win easily.
Massive support from you back home, and first, it's just a massive congratulations for you for taking this final, becoming the new DD2 Masters Grand Final winner. There's got to be a lot of people you need to thank and talk about, and I'll give you that opportunity now.
First and most, it's my wife and my daughter. And then everybody else who is standing behind me, my team, my teammates, everybody who is working for me. I mean, all championship, I got plenty of messages from fellow countries like Latvia, Estonia, you know, supporting me. And so, yeah, it's been amazing. It's unbelievable to finish on top. But I mean, even without that, I'm really happy with all the support, and it really helps us to feel strong. Tiny nation, but super powerful.
Fantastic. Marty Tangavicius adding his name to that illustrious trophy that is the Rotax Grand Finals. Our winner in DD2 Masters here in Bahrain. Back to you, Henry, for DD2.
Thank you very much indeed. I always say the same thing. We save the best till last. They are Team Czech Republic. The ultimate class, DD2, is up next. Before we get to that, we'll say farewell to you for this year at TIFF. Hope you've enjoyed your time back in the commentary box. Hope your dad is behaving himself, as always. Don't forget, put the Portobello in Ford Anglia, boys and girls. Look it up. That was the car made famous by Tiffany's dad, Mike Chittenden, and his legendary battles in the UK with the names of Jerry Marshall, Tony Lanfranchi, and what have you. At the end of this broadcast, we'll be covering the podiums and the Mojo tyre changing contest finals. If you are new to that, that has to be seen to be believed. We'll be revealing where next year's Grand Finals in. When all that is finished, go and look up Mike Chittenden and his glittering career and enjoy, give yourself a nice bit of motor racing history lessons. I think that my bet still has a slight outside chance of coming in, because what are the DD2 drivers going to do? It's only the fastest.
You have two hopes, and one of them is not the DD2 final.
Two hopes, slim and none. You know, let's see. One race to go, 36 drivers remain. It's the fastest, it's the most spectacular. It's Rotax's ultimate class. Now, a glance at the grandstand. Theo Kakati will be joining me. You can see some members of Team UAE. You can see Norway in the middle of the grandstand. You can see Estonia in the grandstand. Australia are there on the left-hand side. At the top right, you can see the Czech Republic. You can see Hungary, sorry, at the bottom. Is that a South African jersey, or is that another bunch of Aussies in the bottom right hand of the screen? The grandstand will fill up for this, I am sure. And of course, I'm not quite sure if Everett is from the nations, that because so many of them have changed shirts. I can see in the red T-shirt sitting, that's Gianluca Savalio's father, just with his hand on his knee, the red Team Canada top. Gianluca, he gives us a wave. Gianluca has 2 top 5 finishes in 4 previous Grand Final appearances. Those 2 top 10 finishes, rather, have both come here, and they've both come in DD2. And looking at the grid, Gianluca, well, he's starting to get a little bit further back. Let's have a little look. Where is Savalio? He was, he is there. We'll find out where everyone starts in a short moment. 1 race to go. It's DD2.
Paulie Massimino, P8 on the grid. Now, we know you from the US, used to racing for the big bucks. How do you compare the Grand Finals with your competition in the US?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been an amazing experience so far. We've been having a lot of fun. But, yeah, it's very different. Most of the people in the US, I know who I'm racing against. In this, I don't know anyone. So I've been learning a little bit through the heats, a little bit about some of the people that I've been racing against, but it's very different.
Do you think there's a chance that we can see the Stars and Stripes back on the podium today?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always a chance. We've been having good speed, so as long as we can get away all right on the start, I think I can put my head down and try to put down some consistent laps and try and get up there.
Anyone you'd like to just say a quick hi to at home, because I'm sure they're watching?
Yeah, the whole BGR team back at home. They have a club race today, so hope you guys are tuning in. My girlfriend, her parents, and yeah, that's it.
The whole of the US is watching right now. So, yeah, we're going to say good luck, and thanks everyone for joining us on the broadcast today. So, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to check out the Swede. Where is he? Hello, Hannes.
Hi, Jen.
What are you listening to?
Well, yes, some music, trying to get my mood up, trying to get some inspiration.
Now, of course, we've seen you on the podium before at the Grand Finals. You know what it's like. You've had the speed this week. You've got the speed to be there again?
Yeah, I do think so. But I mostly think it's going to be the racing. The racecraft is going to decide this race. And, of course, some luck as well. But I think we've been doing good all week. We started P17 in the heats. Yeah. We raced our way up to top 10 in all the heats, and we finished second in the pre-final as well. So the pace has been good. The racecraft has been really good. Hopefully we can keep it up for this race as well.
We're going to say good luck. Thank you so much, and fantastic to see you back on the grid.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hannes. Okay, back to Henry, and let's go racing for the last time today.
Thank you very much, Jen. 36 drivers have yet to complete their 2025 Rotax Grand Finals. The other 358 have already completed their event. Their journey in 2025 has reached the end of the road. For these 36, their journey has 21 more trips around a 1.4 kilometer circuit that ebbs and flows, crests and plunges around the Bahraini desert. Team manager from Team UAE, Theo Kakati, will join me. Theo will be racing in DD2 coming up in the new year. Let's take you through our final grid of 2025. The Dutchman, Sam Knoppers, last year's runner-up, and Jakob Butzel on row number 1. Johnny Bravo, David Mastiakevich, and Antoine Barbarou from France, row 2. Benediguez, Sabo, and Hannes Morin go from row number 3. Ivan Parshin and Paulie Big Money Massimino on row number 4. Mika van der Pavert and Edgars Vilkans round out your top 10. And Lawrence Herberts and former champion Axel Sanyala in seniors. Maxim Shurko and Gustav Usakovs. Lithuania riding high, starting from row 7. Len Nice and Mustache Mountain Matt Taskinen, followed by Rasmus Vendelbo and Brazil's Luca Zucchini. Vincente Carpint and Switzerland's Leo Gubser are next. Canada's Lucas Pernaut. He designed the Canadian race suits. Captain Kanga Harrison Hoey alongside him. Ji Cao, Gianluca Savalio, Seb Boyd, Leonardo Baccaglini, Ed Matthews and Luis Aguiar. Talent all the way down the field. Devin Sagadi, Mathieu Ferrer, Vigor Jovard, Jason Kurtzi, Dimitri Malaka, Mussad Al-Bassam from Saudi Arabia makes it in, Johan Tomingus from Estonia, and New Zealand's Josh Betoon is your final qualifier. The fastest class began in 2006. Ben George won for Austria. Since then, Canada have made this class their own. They've got 4 wins. South Africa have 2. So do Hungary. Single victories for France, for Austria, for Australia, for Great Britain, for Austria, for Netherlands, for the Czech Republic, for the UAE, for Estonia, for Slovenia, and Lithuania. Lithuania have just won the previous race. Last year, Maurice Knoppers and Sam Knoppers became the first father-son duo to both stand on a Grand Finals podium in the same year. Can they now make even more history by becoming the first father-son duo to win a Grand Finals in the same year? Theo Kakati, the team manager for UAE. Maurice, races for you. Sam is racing for the Netherlands, but you must be cheering Sam on secretly inside.
Of course, the whole team UAE is actually, rooting for Sam. So we don't have our driver, unfortunately. Max didn't qualify for this, but we're all going to be, rooting for him. I'll be biased, of course. I mean, unbiased for this race.
You're allowed to be biased. Here we go. Sam was sensational in terms of his overtaking against Jakob Butzel yesterday. The lights go out for the final time in 2025. We go racing, tyres smoking, wheel to wheel. Knoppers has to defend against Butzel. This is why it's the ultimate class, because at speeds of 130 kilometers an hour, these drivers don't think twice about rubbing wheels, trading paint as we head down towards turn 8. Butzel, Mastiakevich and the rest all chasing Sam Knoppers. Out wide goes the Spanish driver Vincenzi Carpint. Up the hill we go now. Baccaglini there in the Jody Scheckter replica crash helmet runs wide. In fact, Baccaglini is over the curbs coming out of the corkscrew. Now Butzel is chasing hard. We haven't seen Sam Knoppers lead from the front, so nobody knows if he will pull away or not. That's why Butzel is being so aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really tough to pull away, especially on these first opening laps when everyone's just trying to overtake because they don't want to be overtaken. But as we see there, Sam Knoppers just it was a little defensive there. He's now getting that breathing room, and he's going to be able to pull away from P2. They got an option here. They're going to fight for second, or they're going to try chasing down Sam. Drivers going all over the track. They're using every bit of that circuit.
That was Paulie Massimino and Edgars Vilkans disappearing and then reappearing at a rate of knots. Unfortunately, Luca Zucchini Yeah.
Absolutely working out for Sem there. They're all fighting for second, and now you can see he's pulling away.
Broken heart eggplant emoji for zucchini. Look at Sem Knoppers. He has opened up a heck of an advantage. And Hannes Morin now defending 4th position. Patel, Masyakevic have got to get their heads down. Sem, well, the translation into English from Dutch for the word knoppers is buttons. Sem has pressed the button and has gone. There's the move, Masyakevic. Maybe and Patel gets him back. Look at Maxim Shurko. Talk about inspiration. Now, we saw in Micromax, Maurice Knoppers wins the first race the day for you, Theo. Then we have Benjamin Karachkovic, who finished second on the road. We are hearing that Karachkovic has been awarded the victory. And Big Podium Massimino, make sure that Shurko...
Elbows are out.
Albert Ferro being stripped of the Micromax win for track limits violations. So Karachkovic wins. So there was 2 wins. Then Oliver Spencer wins for you in Minimax before being given a penalty which takes the win away from him. Emotions ebb and flow during the course of the day, don't they? Lithuania, Maxim Shurko driving inspired because he's just seen his teammate win a Grand Finals.
Yeah, no, emotions are going to be high. It's just been a roller coaster. I'm sure that is for everyone here supporting their team. We saw in Junior Max what happened in the last lap, and surprisingly, Senior Max, there wasn't that much. Oh, is that Harrison going wide there? Just going the marbles.
That's Captain Kanga, just understeering in the 447 cart there. The marbles are the worst they've ever been. It's Knoppers by 1.4 seconds from Patel, Masakevich, Morin, Barbarou, Savo, Vilkans, Massimino, Ustakovs, and Shurko. Your top 10. We've lost Leonardo Baccaglini from the race. Look at that. Now, of course, you can see the coloration of the track. Obviously, the rubber is being laid down, but then offline, it's now looking a little bit sandy, isn't it? Oh, Barbarou. And that's not happened. Morin gets him back. Great to watch. The leaders getting away. This, I mean, at the moment, I don't want to speak too soon. However, somebody needs to hand Sem Knoppers a ladle and spatula because Mandem is cooking.
This is absolutely what Sem wanted. He wanted them to fight in the back so he could be able to pull away. And as we can see right now, second and third, I think that right now they're getting their heads together and pushing. The last laps are very identical to the leader. Will it be enough to catch him towards the end? It's a 21-lap race, so we'll just have to wait and see. And if they start fighting, then absolutely not. But here we see down the inside, is that Barbarou on Morin. These guys are going at it. And
Marquez Carpint was 16th for Spain. He's now not 16th. Maybe make that 26th. He's still going. Oh, Baccaglini's still in the race. I do apologise. Baccaglini's been off. He's a long way back, but he's still out there. Mossad Al-Bassam, the only driver from Saudi Arabia to make one of the finals this year. He is there in 33rd. Kurtzi, 32nd. Aguiar, Sagadi, Ferrer, yellow flags wave. And there's an exhaust. That's a very hot exhaust. And that looked like a Canadian race suit. Let's see. Was it Taskinen? No. It was Lucas Pernod. Pernod in the barriers. Well, you know, Kyle Lawrence is down in pit lane. What have you got for us, Kyle?
A bit of information on the drop down for Vicente Carpent. Unfortunately, the Spanish driver, his nose cone getting caught in the front wheel and sending him off the circuit here at turn 1. He was able to get the nose cone free of the front left wheel and continue, albeit down in 34th place.
Yes, now, Pernod continues, but I think will retire because we saw his exhaust falling off. Baccaglini up to 33rd. Sem Knoppers 1.1 seconds up the road. That's closed up a little bit. What does Sem have to do now? Now, Theo, remind me, you are a double Dubai O-Plate champion?
Yes.
Are you a double UAE champion or triple?
Double.
So it was
and the Mina champ.
It was and the Mina double Mina champ. How do you control a race now if you're Sam Knoppers?
If you're
Matthew Ferrer, and he's got to hope that no one collects him.
It's going to bring a lot of sand on the track as well, depending on where that is.
Yeah, that's the top of the circuit at turn number 5, I believe. What do you do now if you're Sam Knoppers? How do you relax, control things, continue to push, but not push too hard where you can make a mistake?
If I'm Sam, the first thing I'll do is stay calm. He's been dominant for the whole week. It's safe to say that. So just get in those consistent lap times, try not to dip, and that's it. Just focus forward and don't look back.
Yeah, but of course, here we go. This is where Ferrer went off. You can see dirt, debris, etc. on the circuit. That
they're still going at it.
Massimino finds that. That's going to get muck all over his nice warm Mojo tyres. But Massimino keeps it pinned.
Yeah, all of this we're seeing right now is just allowing the leaders just to pull away, and you can see each kart that gets through that defending scenario, it just gets the gap and go away. So
Edward Matthews, the only British driver in the field, the only driver whose sister is mechanicking for him with tyres, sadly. And let's have a look at Matthew Ferrer. What's happened up towards turn number 5? And that's a big one. I couldn't quite see who the... Ed Matthews just goes through the screen. I'm not a mathematician. I will put 2 and 2 together and come up with Ferrer and Matthews crashing, and now both are out of the race.
I mean, that was a pretty fast crash. One of the quickest parts of the track, and for a second I thought he was going to roll over there, but thankfully the driver seemed okay and nothing too crazy happened.
It's got more sand on the track than the beach down at Barry Island in my hometown as Sherko looks over his shoulder. This is a battle of the Baltic states as you look at Latvia with Edkes Vilkans battling with Sherko for 6th and 7th down the hill out of the corkscrew. There's Batzell following Masterkiewicz. Barbaroo needs to get his head down. In 2021, he feels he was robbed of a victory by a penalty. As the evening sun sets, the shadows begin to lengthen. Is a shadow being cast over the rest of the DD2 field by Sam Knoppers? Well, he is certainly leaving them in his dust at the moment. The gap down to 9/10 of a second, though. We're at half distance now. This is lap 11 out of 21. Now, this is important. Maciejewicz not pushing, not fighting Batzell. There's an element of trust here between the driver from the Czech Republic and the driver from Poland, isn't there?
Absolutely. We saw a little bit in the beginning. They were button heads, rotating positions, but we can just see now that they put their head down, they work together, they understand that they're not here for second or third, they want to get the win. And we can just see every single lap, it's inching. It's like a little bit forward, a little bit backwards. Lap 11 of 21, there's still a chance, but Sam is making it really tough for them.
Now, this is going to be interesting. Len Nice from Belgium sets the fastest lap of the race. He's up into 7th position, the gap back up to 1 second. Now, I noticed, going into turn number 1, that Batzell moved onto the curb to get a wider entrance into turn number 1. Now, that means he will carry more speed. Maciejewicz didn't do that because, there's a water bottle on the track there. But no, Maciejewicz didn't because he wants to then pick up the slipstream. Now that's Batzell. You know, he wants Maciejewicz to push him. He wants to give Maciejewicz a slipstream at this point, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Let's see if he sees it again. Let's see if we can get that camera angle. Watch Batzell. Well, he's gone past it now. But he was the only one. Well, there's the 465 of Len Nice almost doing a similar thing. But again, it was deliberate, isn't it? I'll take a wider turn in, get more speed through the roller coaster. Maciejewicz will pick up the slipstream. By the time they get to turn 5, maybe give him a little bit of a push.
Yeah, I could see that as a possibility as well. Another thing I'm wondering about, I haven't driven DD2 that much, but we can see on the left side of their car they have a radiator. I'm wondering maybe if he's the Polish driver trying to get a little bit more air to cool off his engine, because when you're behind the car for that long, the engines will rise in temperature.
On a hot day such as this, you're looking at the karts coming down the hill. Now, let's see. The gap is fluctuating. Masyakevic is inching even closer to Butzel. Through there, from the top of the grandstand,
on the inside.
Panoramic view, you can see, and of course, just shows you how quick the reactions have got to be. You know, is the sun now setting on the chances of Butzel and Masyakevic? The gap is fluctuating between 0.8 and 1.1 seconds. Barbarou, Morin, 4th and 5th. Nice, Sherko, Vilkans makes that nice Vilkans, Sherko. Then Herberts, Usakovs, followed by Van der Pavement. Massimino has slipped back to 12th. Then it's Sanyala, Sabo, Taskinen, Parshin, Hoey, Gubsa, Savalio, Ji Kao, 20th for Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. I am going to look. Ji Kao, okay, this is his 7th Grand Finals. His first was in 2017. Ji Kao from Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan, has got a best career Grand Finals finish of 25th. He did it here 2 years ago. He was 28th last year in Sano. Currently, he's 20th, on course for his best career Grand Final finish. This has all the hallmarks of a hornet's nest, doesn't it, this group?
Absolutely. They're all, trying to get in a position here and fighting. I see Massimino around the outside. This is just exactly where all the drivers in the 4th were fighting for. Barbarou were fighting for this, Hannes Morin. It can just see the same is just going to the back. One thing I got to say, though, is if I'm the Polish driver in 3rd right now, I'm trying to think, we're on lap 16 of 21. We're not really catching Sam Konopias. When am I going to make a move for 2nd? Because there's got to get to a certain point where you got to think for yourself. Because if we're not catching the 1st place, 2nd's better than the 3rd, So is he close enough to make a move? Does he know where he can make a move already? These are the only things that he'll know, but you can just see as the gap maintains the same.
Yeah, indeed. So lap 17. There's Hannes Morin up the inside of Len Nice. Len Nice trying to go around the outside of Hannes Morin. The Belgium had a terrible day yesterday. It's got better for them in this class today. Massimino back in front of Sanyala. Bendiguez Sabo. Matt Taskinen in that battle as well. That's about 12, 13, 14. Lap number 17 is underway. Look at Len Nice. Morin. No, he's the other side. Oh, and you know what? That was risky from Len Nice. It's cost him Morin. You can see him. Where is he? Oh, dust. Oh. What's gone wrong there? Somebody's had a moment.
It's slippery there.
Somebody in front of this group. Is it one of our leaders? Where's Masyakevic gone? Hang on a minute. Was that one of our leaders? Nope, still there. Drama over. Sorry for the false alarm, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. But somebody, I'm going to see who's falling down the order. It is Ivan Parshin.
Oh, I think someone just got T-boned coming out that corner. It looked like they flipped, but I'm not quite sure.
Okay, we'll keep up to date with that. We've had no red flags today. Let's see. There's that line from Butzel. Barbarou is next. Now, Hannes Morin, Edgars Vilkans. It could have been Vilkans, the Latvian in trouble. Debris across the circuit. Harrison Hoey has retired. Parshin has retired. It was Edgars Vilkans has not come around. Can't see yellow flags waving. There's Parshin out of the race. Now, it was up the top of the hill this point. Let's see if there are yellow flags waving. And there are. Yeah. There are yellow flags waving. There's a green flag waving. Yeah. So Vilkans out of his kart, out of the race, but okay. That is the main thing. Good spot, Theo.
Absolutely. They come up to lap 18 of 21. 30 drivers on the grid. We got 29 now.
36 started, 29 remain. We have lost Brazil. We have lost Lucas Pernod, Zucchini, Ferrer, Matthews, Hoey, Parshin, Vilkans. And the gap still 9/10 of a second.
Yeah.
Well, We came into the day looking for a piece of Grand Finals history. We thought Jacob Ashcroft might be able to deliver it in juniors by becoming the first back-to-back junior winner. We have had small little pieces of history, and again, I haven't seen all the final results. I'm too busy doing this. But we may have had a first podium for Chile. We may have had a first podium for Ecuador. We've definitely had the best result for Bahrain at their home circuit. They're all small pieces of history, significant, but yet, you know, there will be a second podium for those nations in the fullness of time. We are now 2 laps away from a real big piece of Grand Finals history. We call Rotax a family because of the global network of distributors. Theo, you and I are part of that family, but never before have 2 members of the same family stood on the top step of the podium in a single Grand Finals.
Wow.
Moritz has done his, Dad has done his bit. Now, son, as we watch Matt Taskinen on Hannes Morin, Dad has done his bit. Son Sem is a lap away from doing his bit. There'll be 2 family members, 2 different nations. One massive celebration as we come through turn 5. Batsel, whose brother is a former champion, Petr Batsel. Mastiakevich, who will possibly take Poland's first podium finish for a couple of years. Batsel defending, that's it. Sem nods his head. He knows he's about to make history.
This is going to mean a lot to Sem and his whole family as he comes around the penultimate corner, has a look behind, no one there. Sem Knopje is racing for Team Netherlands. Here he is, flat out. He already knows it. He put his hand on his head. He's going to wave to his family. In the air, Sem Knopje wins the final for DD2 here in Bahrain. The final race of the year. Henry, take it away.
Family matters most. Family is what this event is about. The Knoppe's family have 2 reasons to celebrate today. 2 wins, 2 drivers, 2 nations. DD2 completes the 2025 Grand Finals. Sem by 1.6 seconds. Jakob Bazel. That is still Jakob's best finish. He's had 2 third-place finishes. Now he's got a second. 1 more to match his brother Petr. David Mastiakevich. Poland last stood on the Grand Final podium here 4 years ago. They're back in the top 3.
Wow.
Further down the order, Antoine Barbarou, Len Nice, Lawrence Herbert, Mika van der Peyver, Paulie Massimino, the top 8, Maxim Shurko, Gustav Usakovs, Hannes Morin, the younger brother of Jonathan Morin, finished 11th. Matt Taskinen, Akko Sanyala, Sabo Savalio, Vendelbo Mlaka, Josh Batoon, 36 to 18th. Well done. As the drivers head in.
There he is.
There is Sem Knopje. He's a driver that you shared his very first moments on a kart track with, Theo. Explain.
Absolutely. In the United Arab Emirates, we shared our moment together on the track, and we've had a long history growing up racing in the UAE RMC at Al Ain Raceway, and this is going to mean a lot to him, to his whole family. You saw as he was coming in the pits there, he was pointing to them.
Yep.
Big celebrations tonight for them.
And for you, and for you all.
And for all of us. It's definitely a historical day, and I'm just lost for words. It's been such a roller coaster, and to end it off this way, it means a lot, I'm sure, for the dad as well.
Absolutely. You have experienced this as a driver. This is your first time experience as a team manager. There are different emotions, aren't there? Sometimes you can feel more proud of the drivers that you manage than the driver than when you do it yourself.
Absolutely. I kind of just feel like it's just a family, and you're just trying to manage it all. And you're not in the seat, but in my opinion, it's better than just watching without participating, because you can just put yourself in and involve yourself a lot more. And this is my first time commentating alongside you, and I got to thank you very much. It's an honor to share this microphone with you.
It's absolutely my pleasure. Every year I try and look for voices from around the world who could carry the same excitement. And Theo, it's been an absolute pleasure. There's Mika van der Pavert going through your screen. The racing might be over. Our coverage today, the broadcast isn't over. We will be starting a brand new broadcast on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel in a short while. And then please don't go away, because you will see not just the highlights of this race and the winners' interviews and the highlights of the entire event. You will see the Mojo tyre changing contest. You will hear some very special interviews, and you will see the full podium celebrations. There is your winner. We will throw the highlights in a moment. Let's take a moment to soak in on a day that there are tears, fists being waved, frustrations, disappointments. We want to end it on a smile. There is a smile. Now, Morris won't be allowed in the Parc Ferme area. He won't greet Sam until he's out, because only mechanics are there. Upstairs, there's going to be a very, very happy. Is he going to look round to try and find his dad? Second last year, winner this year. Mickey Houndschmidt there with the official media thing. That image will be in a Grand Finals film, I am sure. As we wait to see the celebrations, let's take a look back at the highlights. Good start initially from Sam Knopfler. That was the riskiest bit. Well, that was, you know, they had to get their elbows out, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Bazell, I think Jakob Bazell knew how fast Sam Knopfler was, and knew that, hey, if I don't,
that was it.
That could have been it, and it was game over. You know, because Sam did qualify great. Had to come through Harrison Hoey running a little bit wide there.
But he did the job, you know, he defended, bunched him up a little bit, and then once he got that breathing room, that was just enough just to take away. And then, as we see here, Hannes Morin and Antoine Barberou going at it back to back, and that just allowed the top three there just to pull away, and then that's what separated all of them.
Yeah, we end a crazy day of racing with two. Oh, and that was the nose cone getting strapped under the front wheel for Vincente Carpint, who finished 24th. That was Ferrer and Matthews colliding. Ferrer bringing half the desert onto the track. Paulie Massimino finds the desert, and that was a move
nice
and a half.
Move.
Let's have a look. Follow this through the roller coaster, everybody. 130 kilometers an hour, up and down like a roller coaster. Standard days racing in Rotax DD2. There's plenty of opportunities for our audience today to sample what Rotax racing is all about.
Wow.
That was the end of Harrison Hoey. That is Estonia's Devin Sagardi, also having issues. Len Nice getting squeezed to the outside. Vilkans going through it. That Vilkans will eventually end the race there.
Hopefully he didn't flip.
Alone with his thoughts. It can be a lonely sport, this, but that's the moment. Celebrate it, savor it. You've earned it, and enjoy it. One Spanish driver. Oh, Hannes Morin looking down. He'll be disappointed with 11th place, but then again, every driver comes here is a champion. They'll be disappointed with anything other than a win. For the final time, as part of this broadcast, we will go over to Kyle Lawrence and our winner, Sam Knopfler.
That's right, Henry. I'm here with Sam Knopfler. First thing we got to talk about, the flag-to-flag victory in the final. Not bothered from about lap 3. You set the gap at 1 second. You maintained it brilliantly throughout the race. I saw your mechanic telling you when to push and when to settle. Easy, well, I wouldn't say easy, but the last 3 laps for you, talk that through for me.
I mean, as you say, from lap 3, I genuinely didn't know how big the gap was. All I know is what my mechanic is saying, and I can't hear anyone behind me. Eventually, at the top of the hill in 9, I saw Jakub, I think, in the corner of my eye, just a quick check. And I saw the cap was relatively comfortable, and a couple laps later I checked again in the same corner, and it stayed relatively the same. So I knew if I kept doing what I was doing, it would all would be well. And then 3 laps from the end, I mean, lap by lap, I was looking at the timing on the left as well, going green, yellow, green, yellow. Some sand came on the track. I knew I had to adapt a little bit, hope that the guy behind me wouldn't adapt better. And yeah, it ended up all was well. Coming to the line on the last, starting the last lap, I gave it a quick check, and I knew it was. I mean, the bag was sealed. All I had to do was finish what I was doing, and I was absolutely delighted.
Yeah, you kept saying doing what you were doing, and what you were doing was everything right. You had second place in Sarno after a long break from karting. You then won the BNL Series. You got yourself here. You took a win across the line in DD2 in the 2025 Rotax Bahrain Grand Finals. But there's a little bit else. We've always called Rotax a family, and you have definitely made it a family affair. The Knoppers making history today as the first ever family to win 2 classes in 1 year. It must be an astonishing feeling.
Yeah, I mean, the whole family is here, or most of the family, and whoever's not here, I wish you were. It's a great feeling to win it here with my dad together. We worked towards this all year, and I mean, you could realistically say that we've worked towards it since the day he stepped in a go-kart and I stepped in. So the feeling is astonishing. For him, he's here. Mainly his focus is on me. Yesterday, my superheat or pre-final was before his, and he completely lost his groove just because he was so focused on what I was doing. And he was over the moon this morning. We're all very happy for him. But this is definitely, this has finished the week for us. This is an amazing start to December.
Well, before I let you go celebrate with your dad in the pits, I'm sure it's going to be a massive celebration, not only tonight, but for a long time coming, making history here at the Rotax Grand Finals. There must be a long list of people that you want to talk about and say thank you to.
Yeah, obviously the team I've been working with all year. As you mentioned, we came first in the BNL series. Le Mans, and we showed really strong pace there as well. Didn't end up the way we wanted it. Euro Trophy, we finished second, and for this to be my first season properly actually racing internationally is, yeah, all credit goes to them really for the season. I've had another mechanic, my mechanic here, Jules Alfonso, has been with me for the Euro rounds, and he's done an amazing job. Joost van der Poel and the whole Van der Poel family from last year, and I've Max Timmermans, Jan Daams, anyone who I've missed, I'm genuinely sorry. And of course, as you mentioned, my dad is here as well.
Well, that was Sam Knoppers saying thank you to everybody who helped him get all the victories he has maintained throughout this season. But I'm sure the biggest one for him is to step across the line as the DD2 Grand Final winner here in Bahrain 2025. To close it out for us, back to you, Henry Baudet, in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Kyle Lawrence. The grandstand empties. Above it, the Formula One track. In April next year, the 22 stars of Formula One will take to the track here in Sakhir, just the other side of those legendary white towers. There will be excitement, there will be drama, the eyes of the world will be on them. Will it be as wholesome and as fulfilling as the day that we have had today, where champions young and old from around the world have gathered on equal equipment in equal engines to prove why they are the champion of all champions? There are other global karting events. None of them are quite like this. And today, none of them have been brought to that the same way that we have brought this to you. Whether you have joined us today for the very first time, or whether you are the most seasoned Rotax viewer of all, this has been a mood changer. The needle has been moved. We are advancing the way that karting, our sport, my sport, your sport, is covered. Whether you watch this on YouTube, whether you have watched this on one of the 47 channels around the world that have taken our broadcast today, in any one of the 92 countries that those channels broadcast to, thank you. I really hope you've liked what you've seen. Karting, it can be dramatic, it can be spectacular, it can be a bit hairy, it can be emotional. But at its heart, it is the smiles, it is the cheers of 394 champions from around the world, their families, their teams, with their flags, their home, their countries on over their hearts, trying their very best not to just become Formula One drivers of the future, but to become the best kart racers they can possibly be. If you want to find out more about Rotax karting, simply look us up. We are a family. There's a global dealer of a global network of distributors that can sell you Rotax engines and get you on your journey. So, on behalf of Jen Wade, of Kyle Lawrence, of BRP Rotax, of the Bahrain International Karting Circuit, of Corridas Karting, this has been an Alpha Live production of the 2025 Rotax Grand Finals. I really hope you have enjoyed joining us in our world today. Goodbye.
Driver unique. It's an event designed to make you equal, because you are number one.